So, this is where you live. Not bad. I preferred the old place. It had, more charm.
You're talking about the shack I shared with my mother, uncle, and brother.
I meant Lowtown. Dirty, chaotic, glorious Lowtown. The smell of tar, and the sea, and the sound of some whore plying her trade in a back alley. Oh. Don't you miss that?
You can get your thrills in Hightown, if you know where to look.
Oh. And where would that be?
I can show you what I have in mind.
Oh, no, I think this is the funny one. And another dagger.
That was... Thank you. I should go. I wouldn't want to take advantage of your... hospitality.
I like it when you take advantage of my hospitality.
It was fun, wasn't it? Well, you know, if you ever want to do it again... Wait. You're not thinking of bringing feelings into this, are you?
Feelings? No, feelings are icky.
What about love?
Love's not for everyone. It's not for me. It's just... messy.
It's not always up to you. Love can be pretty persistent.
I don't care. It can go pester someone else. Did you know I was once married? When I was freed, I swore I would never marry again.
I can't imagine you married.
I was his plaything. A prized possession. He saw me with my mother at the market in Limeran and decided he had to have me. My mother gave me away for a goat and a handful of gold coins. She didn't even haggle over the price. Bitch.
Your marriage was loveless, and you've never experienced true love?
Oh, I've been in love. I fell in love with a man not long after my husband died. He foolishly asked for my hand. I refused to be tied down again, and I fled. It broke his heart. Destroyed him.
Oh, that's extremely horrible.
Love them and leave them, eh?
That's right. He should have known better.
How were you freed from the marriage?
My husband took an assassin's blade to the back of the skull. And before you start jumping to conclusions, no, I didn't hire the assassin. I did thank him profusely, however. Ah, Zevran. He was an artist.
Well, that name means nothing to me, obviously.
You're not afraid of being hurt. You're just afraid of hurting someone else.
No, Look, it isn't like that. It's just easier this way. Now, if you're done trying to confuse the issue, I'm going to go.
Well, okay. Friendship plus.
Everything that's left of my life in Lothering.
You had a life in Lothering?
I think I'll let Sandal empty that. Poor Prince. I told him to stay off the bed.
So keep your door closed, lady. Gad. Yeah, we're apparently not in a romance yet. And we may never be. There's the Sebastian quest. There's the Black Emporium, which we've actually already done.
You've returned.
We do need to decide when we're doing the DLCs. And I don't really have a definitive answer for that yet. The only reason I hesitate to do the Mac 3 is because that means, and this doesn't necessarily matter, but that means they won't count for the score of not Act 3. I mean, I've been waiting for you to do it for forever, Evo. So let's hear this rant.
So you're two people, Anders and...
That's not strictly accurate. It doesn't occur often.
Oh yeah, by the way, Sredna, yeah, I'm saying that right. Sredna here is really anti-Aveline. Can you guess why? Is it because she's the captain of the guard? No. Is it because she's pure evil? No. No, it's because she was once married to a Templar. And naturally that makes her the enemy.
They're not out of the Knight Commander's reach.
This goes back to that zealotry thing I talked about earlier. Sredna's problem is anyone who is not like 100% completely in favor of him is automatically the enemy. It's a very, very basic, boring version of line mentality. And it's irritating. Sredna. It's Anders backwards. Because that's not Anders. And I'm not letting that go. And that's just canon now. I have deemed it so.
Not going to happen.
Take what I like. That's what I say.
I don't want no trouble, monsieur.
Wow, you actually sell something I cannot afford. Funny.
Anyone need healing?
I've always vaguely wondered what was going through the minds of the writers when they wrote Sredna into this game. Because sometimes,
Gang's so angry at night. Someone should do something about them.
like, he just varies in mentality a lot. It's weird. Hello?
Move along for Reldon.
Oh, okay. Apparently not, Zekta. Hi. I mean, that's true, Gelato. But it feels like a weird decision to include him at all at that point. Like, just skip the hassle. Skip the problem. Make it Bob. There's no benefit for him being Anders. See, maybe Caspian, and I admit my perspective on this is a bit colored because the first time I ever played Dragon Age 2 was literally minutes after I finished Witch Hunt, which I did right after I finished Awakening. So, the same day I played Awakening, I played Dragon Age 2, you know? And putting that side by side makes it a little bit more clear. It's okay, I'm waiting for the rest of it. I encourage you to tell me all your rants.
You came.
Hi.
Who are you?
You probably thought you'd got away with it. Sir Karas and the others' deaths. Do you even remember them? They were searching for the missing Starkhaven apostates and were murdered. An inquiry determined the apostates must have killed the Templars, but I've suspected for years that Sir Thrask and you were responsible.
Yeah, about 3 years, actually.
I wouldn't let them take the apostates. Then Sir Karas ordered his men to attack.
I knew it. You stood in the way of their holy duty, and you think that excuses your actions. My brothers, tonight, justice will be done.
Okay. I mean, I was thinking about Junkerosh. Whatever score and Sredna gets, it will be demonstrably... It would have been demonstrably improved if it was not Anders. Like, just mathematically. Regardless of any other opinion. The Tiny Cut, 413 of 1,000. Sweet. I think I've ranted about the Anders thing long enough. Although, my final point on the Anders thing, for all that we disagree on this point, and there has been a lot of disagreement and discussion over the years, the mere fact that so many people have had such a visceral reaction to it, and so many people have disliked that this was Anders, for years. Just speaking personally, when I did my first blog post, my first video, my first lore run, and subsequent rumination, and while we've been streaming this, every single time there are people who are like, "Ugh, that's not Anders," and of course they are. It's because it's not Anders. It's just, again, Cliff Notes, right? We already talked about this. If nothing else, it really feels like they could have just made this a lot easier on themselves by just not making it Anders, and there you go. Problem solved. Ugh. Speaking of bad characters.
Your family can rest now. Their killers are gone.
Mistress Hawk, but what? Are you saying you responded to my post on the Chanter's board? I thought for sure no one even read, but you say you've killed them. You have my eternal gratitude, Sirah. It is comforting to think my parents might now rest easily in their graves.
Why would you ever romance Sebastian?
Who are you exactly?
I am Sebastian Vale, Prince of Starkhaven. Her Grace might prefer I introduce myself as a brother in the Chantry, but I could not stay after what happened to my family.
Isn't that where the Circle Tower just burned down?
Yes. I believe that was part of the same strike against my family. In one instant, we lost our mages, our Templars, everyone my parents used to call on for protection.
Why didn't your family's enemies hunt you down as well?
That's why I took the offensive. Thanks to you, those Flint Company assassins are no longer a danger. I'm the last of my line. Unless I survive, my family will have no justice.
Who sent these mercenaries?
My family has ruled Starkhaven for 6 generations. We have enemies, but none who would identify themselves openly. A distant cousin of mine is claiming rulership now, but he is a bit simple. He can be no more than a pawn in this plot.
Surely you have a guess as to who was behind it.
My parents were always prudent in how they handled our nobles. They did not allow rivalries or resentments to flourish. The attack must have come from outside. Kirkwall is our largest trading partner. I came back here to find support for my claim, and perhaps for a clue as to who is behind this foul deed.
Well, I'm glad I could help you with your side quest that I didn't pay $15 for.
I hope their deaths bring you peace.
Thank you. More than I can say. I truly did not expect anyone but me to take up this cause. Consider this in advance. When I have secured my lands again, you will be paid royally. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must meet with the Viscount and petition him for aid to a fellow city.
As a quick aside, I forget the exact specifics, but I'm pretty sure what ends up happening is if you spare Sredna, Sebastian just raises... He says in Dragon Age 2, I'm going to raise an army and come back, and in Inquisition, he does. He actually raises an army and stomps on Kirkwall.
I can see you were meant for great things.
Thank you.
But you're stupid.
I'm sorry, what?
Don't you think it would be better to work on where you are now, instead of recreating old glory?
No, that's kind of the opposite of what I've been saying. I'm the stupid one. Whatever.
Oh my god. Sredna, look. Yeah, that's the interesting thing. How many of you would deliberately get this place stomped over because, you know, screw this place?
You are Hawk. A patrol went missing along the Wounded Coast. The Arishok says you have some semblance of honor. So tell me, did you kill them?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I believe you. If you are not responsible, I waste my time here.
Meanwhile, the Arishok is just chilling here. Just kind of doing his thing. For 3 years.
Sirah Hawk.
Messer?
Last we met, I did not know your name. Did not care to. You have changed your fortune over the years. The Qunari have not. I offer a courtesy, Hawk. Someone has stolen what he thinks is the formula for Gatlock. You will want to hunt him.
Excuse me, but this sounds like quite the feat.
It was allowed. The stolen formula was a decoy. Sarkamek, a poison gas, not explosives. A small amount is dangerous enough to your kind, but if made in quantity, perhaps by someone intending to sell it.
That merchant, Javaris.
Would he be cautious? Or would he assume success and make enough to threaten a district? A courtesy, Hawk. You will want to hunt him.
So, how dangerous does this fake mixture become?
It is not a threat to Qunari. For your kind, it is as dangerous as those who breathe it.
Can you elaborate?
The gas kills, but first it turns allies against their own in blind rage. So, the greater the skill of those sent against us, the more dangerous they become to their own people.
Hard to control at the best of times.
It is no longer our problem.
I barely spoke to you 3 years ago. Why give me this warning?
You are capable, but I have yet to decide if you are capable of understanding. Save your streets from this fool dwarf, then we will talk.
So you just leave the decoy laying around?
We did not make it easy. 3 Qunari died defending it, enough to impart a sense of worth. If the real formula were at risk, the Qun would demand that we protect it to the last of us.
It took Javaris long enough to come up with this. Are you sure it was him?
Others have asked for the Gatlock, but only he chose to delude himself beyond no. Is 3 years so long to a hateful fool?
Yes.
No way of understanding such weakness. His crime seems obvious. Further evidence could be the deaths of many. I wouldn't wait.
I appreciate you bringing this to me.
I have long thought this city would destroy itself. This would only hasten the inevitable. Panahedon, Hawk. It will be interesting to see if you die.
So, hunting a thief. Asking at the coterie would be a good bet.
Yes, this seems cool. I do unironically like the Arishok as a character. This is Arishok. Sten is not here. I mean, I'm with you on that. I drink from ham. Like, it's a little bit silly. Alright, let's do those two. Okay.
Gotta look to you. You sell much.
You're thinking of someone else, O Maid of the Brine. I don't know you, you don't know me. Be careful. Look at someone wrong here, and you'll get a knife in the back.
Thanks, Isabella.
Do not like your name.
My name is a wish my father made, and I did want to be a knight, but...
I see. Still, it's a good name. A strong name.
What were you named after?
I don't know my real name. My master called me Fenris, his little wolf.
Could you not call yourself something different now?
Couldn't you?
A fine point.
Yeah, I call myself Sir Geoffrey Tilworth Splatsflangley now. Just like anybody does, really.
Don't ask where anything came from.
What do you need, love? Package delivery?
I'm Hawk. I got a letter from some mage friends.
I see, I see. Check the back of the board for our special rates.
Oh, cloak and dagger phrases. How about the queasy crow flies at midnight?
How about the smart-mouthed Ferelden gets slapped across the face? The board is all the
Anders is right over there.
Should you take care of something, just drop by.
Well, you see, Anarcho-Maxist. It's because Dragon Quest XI is awesome. Any questions?
Kirkwall ain't what it used
Although I would recommend Secret of the Stars over that. Or any of the Mega Man stuff. Or Mario Odyssey. The WoW lore run. The StarCraft lore run. The Dragon Age lore run. That's true. None of those games can make you super pregnant.
I had trouble with another of your women, Isabella. She stole from a distracted client. You're lucky she wasn't jailed.
My women? I am but a shepherd. And what free enterprise are you oppressing now?
Theft is not enterprise.
Opportunities insufficiently guarded, victimless crimes.
Except for all the victims.
Details. Victimless details.
The Harbor Master's office filled the order. I just need a destination. Where are we sending it?
The Viscount will not store raw lyrium in the keep.
Then where do I put it?
Okay.
Don't get stabbed again. Buy armor today.
That's your...
Hello, Emmerich. Aveline says you need my help again.
I've spent the past few years continuing my investigation into the murders of Nanette, Marin, and the other women. I believe I finally have a suspect. A man called Gascard Dupuis.
That's a really dumb name.
Dupuis? That's a funny name.
It's Olesian. I believe he is descended from nobility. When I became convinced of his guilt, I went to the city guard and demanded that they do something.
My men raided that house. There was nothing, and I've heard no end because of it. You were reprimanded, I hope?
Meredith forbade me from continuing my investigation. But she didn't say I couldn't seek outside help.
Were you the only person investigating these murders?
Yes, unfortunately. The Templar Order believes this is a matter for the City Guard. And the City Guard, well, they rejected my evidence and dismissed the murders as isolated incidents. They don't care either.
I've seen your evidence. Scattered notes, conjecture, nothing remotely usable. You can't expect us to act on your hunches alone. Look what happened when we did.
The guards who searched Gascard's place were incompetent. They didn't know what they were looking for.
Fine, if you insist.
I retrieved a sack of human remains for you. Didn't you show it to the guard?
I did. They said the remains could have been gathered together by scavengers looking for bits of gold and jewelry. They said there was no way to tell if the remains even belonged to the missing women.
I'm sorry, Emmerich, but that's the truth of it.
What have you learned about Gascard Dupuis?
He's a reclusive nobleman who's rarely seen outside his estate in Hightown. He knew 2 of the murdered women and made inquiries about the others. It cannot be a coincidence.
It cannot be a coincidence. It sounds exactly like a coincidence.
Gascard Dupuis is hiding something. I'm convinced of it.
And I'm supposed to be the outside help.
My hands are tied. I can't do this on my own. What if one of the women who died was someone you loved? If Gascard Dupuis is guilty, he must be stopped before he kills again.
Then we will investigate Dupuis, if only to put this to rest.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. At least I'll know for sure.
If it means that much to you, I'll help.
You'll need to go to Gascard Dupuis' estate after nightfall. Please figure out what Dupuis is hiding. If he's innocent, find evidence to prove me wrong. It's just that simple.
I look forward to thoroughly investigating Dupuis.
The first in... Cantor has marked up these potions well beyond the cost of making them.
Why is this still here?
To earn money for the servant.
Strange. Hey, Reuting. I am doing as well as I can. Thank you for asking.
Message for you.
About bloody time. We'll deliver the cargo soon as we've unloaded the Antivan Queen.
I don't know about you, Fenris is at least more well-armored than, well, you know, Isabella. Although if you could call that armor.
You're looking well. My store is much better stocked, thanks to you. If you're interested in hunting down more ingredients, I can make other creations. And of course, I'll pay you for your work.
Sure. Just let me know what you need.
Perfect. I have a list of ingredients right here.
It's okay, her armored core defends her. It's the strongest armored cores in the whole setting.
Welcome back to Souls, my friend. Ah, my young friend. How goes the search?
Why do so many mages insist on running away
Look, I'm just saying that...
Hunters.
Stop right there! You are in possession of stolen property. Back away from the slave now and you'll be spared.
Fenris is a free man.
I won't repeat myself. Back away from the slave now!
I am not your slave!
But you're dead, so enjoy this. There can be only one response to slavery. Well, slavers, mostly. And that is fighting wave after wave of the same enemies. Cave Stories. I don't think I've heard of it, no. Do you care to clarify, I drink from hand? Unless you're talking about the tasks. But either way, I'm curious what you mean.
Where is he?
Please, don't kill me.
Tell me!
I don't know. I don't know, I swear. Adriana brought us. She's at the holding caves north of the city. I can show you the way.
No need. I know which ones you speak of.
Then let me go. I beg you. I swear
You chose the wrong master.
Adriana. I was a fool to think I was free. They'll never let me be.
This is someone you know?
My old master's apprentice. I remember her well. A sniveling social climber that would sell her own children if she thought it would please Daenerys. If she's here, it's at his bidding. I knew he wouldn't let this go.
They need to be stopped before this goes any further.
The holding caves held slaves in the old times, but apparently they are no longer abandoned. We must go quickly, before Hadriana has a chance to prepare, or flee.
Well done, everyone.
Alas.
No, I think I actually agree with you. I drink from a ham. I admittedly wasn't super bothered by it because I know where a lot of the quests are and how to pick them up. Although it's worth noting, even we have skipped over a couple of quests accidentally. Hey, Embrium. And they're like, wait, what? Who are you? Why are you here? We're just here to reclaim some stolen property. Like, for them, this is just a Tuesday, right? No, exactly, I drink from him. I'm with you. It's kind of the same problem with the rivalry friendship mechanic, as Evo pointed out earlier. No, Evo. I didn't see it at all. I am a robot. I cannot read chat and play game at the same time. I am a typical streamer. You're on a drink from a ham. Enjoy the furniture. Don't drink too much of the varnish, though.
We must be careful. There were many such holdings once, especially in the mountains where individual slavers kept private pens. They were designed to protect against raids by fellow slavers. No doubt it's why Hadriana chose this place.
Do slavers attack each other often?
They did. What better way to find slaves than to steal them? The holdings outside of Tevinter have mostly been abandoned, but they still exist.
Hadriana won't escape us.
Let's hope this isn't a waste of time.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Why? Okay, fine. You. Let's go.
They're still here. Good.
Oh, yeah. Ruins counter. Actually, only our second ruins dungeon. By contrast, most of the other repeat dungeons are up to 6.
See for yourself. The legacy of the Magisters.
They sacrifice the unwilling.
Is that so hard to believe? You're only a step away from it yourself.
That's not true.
Believe what you like. In my experience, mages always find a way to justify their need for power.
Well, yeah. Listen, Fenris. We're out of milk, okay? And I really, really don't want to go to the grocery store. So I'm going to enslave you with blood magic to grab me some milk, okay? Oh, that's even better. We'll just turn your blood into milk. I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't think so, Playtwell. I have no knowledge of such a thing. Look, if we can make blood sausage, we can make blood milk. That's all I'm saying. Why? Listen, Wandering Doll. There's a solution! Just give in to blood magic.
Did they touch you?
They've been killing everyone. They cut Papa, bled him.
Why? Why would they do this?
These poor people. This is ghastly. The Magister. She said she needed power, that someone was coming to kill her. We tried to be good. We did everything we were told. She loved Papa's soup. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Is the Magister still here?
I think so. The Magister said they were to prepare for battle. I think she's very frightened.
She has every reason to be.
Please don't hurt her. She'll be so angry if you hurt her.
Yeah,
You're just a slave to them. Property to be used.
Everything was fine until today.
It wasn't. You just didn't know any better.
Are you my master now?
No.
No.
But I can cook. I can clean. What else will I do?
Let's go with this option.
If you go to Kirkwall, I can help you.
Yes? Oh, praise the Maker. Thank you.
I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave.
No, I'm in the market for a helper, you goddamn dingus.
I gave her a job, Fenris.
Ah, then that's good. My apologies. Let's find
Come on, buddy.
Be done with this place.
You know me. Jesus. I mean, I get it. He's rather pissed right now, and I don't actually blame him. Like, I want you to imagine you're a generally good person. I know that's going to be a big stretch for everybody in chat, but just try to, like, in Fantasyland, imagine you're a decent person. And innocent people are being butchered because of you. And I say because of you. Obviously, that's not really true. It's the real criminal here is the person who's actually doing the butchering. But you get it, right? Like, you get the idea. He's not in a good mindset right now because they're just... So yeah, he's on edge. I don't blame him for a single outburst, especially since he did actually apologize for it too. It's like, okay, you know what? You're right. Sorry. I love that. That's like, yeah, Invold! Oh god, they're all just staring at me. Oh god, what do I do? It reminds me of when I used to PvP in World of Warcraft. And I'd be fighting a paladin. And they would pop their invuln. And so, if we were on the ball, which we usually were, we would kill everyone else except for the paladin. And then go and stare at the paladin who's just standing there, you know, invincible. Waiting. Go ahead. We're ready for you. As soon as that pops. There we go. And then there was just a stain left over. But yeah, that's why we're going to give her a place. We're going to give her comfort. We're going to give her money. We're going to try and introduce her to the concept of taking care of herself. And, you know. Yeah, exactly. We're going to ease her into freedom and decency as opposed to just being like, hey, you're free, boy. What? Yeah, it's just gonna break her. So that was all your ads. And you're dead! I'm just gonna blow every single button I have. All of them. Oh, I agree, Loke. Lord knows Fenris is probably going to be a negative to story just for his own issues. But here I'm with it. During his companion quest, he's actually pretty legit. Go figure. Hi.
Stop! You do not want me dead!
There is only one person I want dead more.
I have information, Elf, and I will trade it in return for my life.
Ha! The location of Denarius. What good will that do me? I'd rather he lose his pet pupil.
You have a sister. She is alive. You wish to reclaim your life? Let me go, and I will tell you where she is.
How do we know you're even telling the truth?
You don't. But I know Fenris, and I know what he's searching for. If he wants me to betray Denarius, he'll have to pay for it.
This is your call.
So I have your word. I tell you, and you let me go.
Yes. You have my word.
Her name is Verania. She is in Carinus, serving a magister by the name of Harriman.
A servant, not a slave.
She's not a slave.
I believe you. We are done here.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about it. This could be a trap. Denarius could have sent Hadriana here to tell me about this sister. Even if he didn't, trying to find her would still be suicide. Denarius has to know about her and has to know that Hadriana knows. But all that matters is I finally got to crush this bitch's heart. May she rot. and all the other mages with her.
And then we can romance him, which we're not going to do.
This doesn't mean we shouldn't look for your sister.
What else should it mean? Even if I found my sister, who knows what the Magisters have done to her? What has magic touched that it doesn't spoil? I need to go.
And again, well, he says a lot of... this is the problem with Fenris. A lot of what he says here is the same stuff he says everywhere else. And yet, it makes so much more sense here. In this moment, everything he's saying tracks and is fully in his own character, right? It's just when he's roaming around the world where he's like, oh, mages must die, where it's just like, yeah, okay, Listen, Gideon Emery has a permanent key to my pants, I'm just saying. Also true, Blade Chaval, he clearly recognizes he is not doing well. That's why he's just like, I gotta go. And you notice he removes himself from our party, too. It's just, it is what it is. As a further aside, you can, don't you, Meatfist? You can, like, in the most horrible way imaginable, betray Fenris. And if you do, he doesn't even fight it. He is so gobsmacked by that betrayal that he goes catatonic. Like, it's really, really horrible. You generally can't play an evil character in Dragon Age 2, with a couple of noteworthy exceptions, and that is one of them. Oh yeah, we're still down a party member. Hang on. Yeah, I've only seen that option on YouTube, and I will never pick it. It's a betrayal. He's been a slave all his life. He's fought against his slavery all his life. You can turn him right back over to a slaver after he's grown to trust and care about you over the course of, like, 8 years or something like that. Also, you could be his lover while you do that. Like, it's really personal. And it's really horrible. Yeah, we actually cannot get Fenris in the party right now. No, it's horrifying. And it's portrayed exactly as horrifying as it should be. It's messed up. I was going to say, turning Isabella over to the Qunari, which is arguably still an evil act, is still nowhere near as horrible as that. At least the Qunari thing, it's like, you know. Sure, Evo. Not sure I want to, but sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, at least the Qun thing is kind of Isabella's fault, and, you know, there's some gray and some nuance there, and maybe she has or hasn't owned up to that or whatever. But, like, Fenris? An evil act in a Bioware game I agree with. Robbing the guy in Neverwinter Nights 1. I'm joking.
I once knew a sailor like you. We lost him in a hurricane. Very sad.
That's why it's debatable, Dex. Yeah, that's why it's something we could chat about. We could have a discussion about. Instead of just universally awful, right? Like, as Meadfist points out, even someone who is a pragmatically evil person would probably not turn Fenris over. Because there's no benefit to it.
I've been thinking about what happened with Hadriana. I took out my anger on you, undeservedly so. I was not myself. I'm sorry.
The game really wants me to romance Fenris here. And I don't blame it, because again, he's got the key.
There's no need to apologize.
You are generous. When I was still a slave, Adriana was a torment. She would ridicule me, deny my meals, hound my sleep. Because of her status, I was powerless to respond, and she knew it. The thought of her slipping out of my grasp now. I couldn't let her go. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
I'm glad you killed her then.
I should be happy now that Hadriana is dead. Instead, I feel nothing but disquiet. This hate. I thought I'd gotten away from it, but it dogs me no matter where I go. To feel it again, to know it was they who planted it inside me. It was too much to bear. But I didn't come here to burden you further.
Don't go. Don't go, Kitty Nemery. Sorry.
We're friends, Fenris.
I'm not certain I know what that is.
The Edge! Sorry.
There's an elven woman here, sir. She claims she was sent here by you. I didn't know what to tell her.
Yeah, she's my, employee. And we're gonna have to very, very slowly work through her and help her to understand what a job is and freedom is and money. Because that's my life now. This is just starfish theory right here. That's what this is.
Greetings, mistress.
Don't call me that.
Your home was difficult to find. I've never been out on my own before, but I found it. Many people know of you. I hope I've made myself useful. I've already begun cleaning and I can cook. Not as good as Papa, but a little. Is there anything else you'd like me to do?
Yeah, I'm paying you.
If you're staying here, Orana, it will be as my servant.
You mean I won't be a slave anymore?
You'll be paid, like anyone else.
A slave is all I've ever been, like Papa and Grandpapa before me. I'll try to be a good servant. Thank you, mistress.
Don't call me that.
Too good to me.
You may address me as the Overlord and nothing else. And yeah, I caught it, Evo. Just...
This one time, I was sailing to Lemerin, and there was a fight between two of my men. It was over a dice.
What?
The broken off blade stuck in his shoulder. It's very deep in there, and we're out at sea at least a week from the nearest port. If you were there, you could have reached in and plucked that blade right from his flesh.
That's your whole plan.
Pretty much.
Anyways, they're all dead. I started blasting. I filled out that tree. What else haven't we tried out before? I guess I could do her stuff. You do arcane. I usually don't do arcane. I have romanced someone in this game once, Evo. Can you guess whom? Or I tell you. Meryl is correct. Hey, Isabella's got my back. No, I'm sorry, I didn't see it at all, Elizar. Oh, hey, I can access Spirit Healer now. Not that I'm, going to. Well, if you buy it on the EA store, and only on the EA store, Ryman, I would recommend it. And I mean that legitimately. Yeah, Meryl's... I mean, she's adorable. And also adorkable. And a couple other ables I could mention. Well, I bought this game on Steam, and I had to crack the game to access the content I purchased, Tarhuntus. That's not a joke. I did it today on camera. In very brief summary, it's a byproduct of the fact that the system they used to verify that you actually own the content is outdated and has not been updated, and so it's trying to check for authentication that does not exist anymore. So... yeah, there's a reason we haven't had DLC this whole playthrough. It very much has not been on purpose. I own all the DLC for this game. I can prove that. I am not happy that I had to go through that particular hoop. I think so, Tarhuntus, but I'm not sure of the specific thing. It could also be because of the fact that semi-recently they stopped using the Origin app, which was the other method they used to authenticate this stuff, and switched over to the EA app, which is different under the hood, I mean. So, might not have the authentication necessary to even do that. Okay, so, of the Terrans... of all the StarCraft characters, let's just summarize that. Who... the... what? In WoW, the aliens, the Horde, or the Burning Legion. Who would join forces with who? Who are the aliens in this context? As an aside, I can say definitively the EA app sucks more than Origins, for at least one objective reason. You ready for this? The EA app, even if you select Please Remember My Login, doesn't. So you have to log in I have to log in manually every day I'm playing these games. I've had to do that for the last week and a half. I've gotten very familiar with manually typing in my login, because I have to. So, that's cool. Yeah, like I said, that's that kind of an objective screw-up sort of a situation there. Very true, Grunhuntiously. Great Gruhunt. How do I pronounce your name? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I fail. Oh, the Alliance. Oh, okay. Mengs could join the Alliance, along with several Dominion people. And I think most of the Terran Confederacy would join the Alliance as well. True enough, play Traval. They don't call me Bug Runner for nothing. Let's see. I think most of Rainer's Raiders would join the Horde. I think the Protoss in general would join the Horde. Not the Tal'Darim, though. The Tal'Darim would join the Burning Legion with an intent to eventually betray them, which may or may not work out. Ah, okay. Thank you, Lord Harriman. So hang on, Evo. Don't let me forget your question, because it's something we need to discuss. Am I done down here? Nope. There we go. Now we're done. Why, what? Think about it. The Horde have a very strong identity of being, we've got each other's back. You know, found family is a huge theme amongst the Horde. We're all outcasts. Every single member of the Horde race is someone who's been spit on, or cast out of their world, or cast out of their nation, or nearly been genocided. Like, virtually every Horde race is a victim race. The survivors of all the garbage that's happened prior to World of Warcraft Vanilla. So, then you've got the Protoss. Think about it, right? This is also why Raynor and his crew would probably sign up with them, for pretty much the exact same reason. The Tal'Darim would be arrogant enough to think that they can actually outmaneuver the Burning Legion. Whether they can or not, is it the same true for the Gnomes? That's a good point. That's a good point. The Gnomes are technically a survivor race, and Blizzard occasionally remembers that. I think the last time they remembered that was in freaking Cataclysm once. Prior to Cataclysm, it also showed up once in Vanilla. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying Blizzard has decided that they don't care about gnomes. They care about gnomes so little, they introduced a whole new group of gnomes just so they could do story and lore with them instead of the actual gnomes. Now, the Draenei are a very irritating story, because the reason the Draenei are on the Alliance side is really dumb. It's because people complained when the idea was posited that the Draenei would join the Horde. Not because, you know, the Horde are evil, or because Alliance versus Horde, or anything like that. It's because that would mean the Horde would have more races than the Alliance did. And this was all the way back in BC, if you remember, and this is the specific moment at which Blizzard decided that having exactly the same number of races on the two sides was important to them. Something they didn't have to do, it's worth noting. They could have just had however many races on each side, and that's up to them, right? They can do however they want to on that. So, the Draenei joined the Alliance because the Blood Elves joined the Horde. And the Blood Elves, you probably think, the Blood Elves joined the Horde. That makes perfect sense. And while it does, that's not why they joined the Horde. The Blood Elves joined the Horde because they were pretty. And it was a common complaint that all the Horde races were ugly. I'm not making this up. So, the Blood Elves were slanted to the Horde. They wanted to have an equal number of races on the side, so the Draenei went to the Alliance. By the way, this is one of the reasons the Night Elves were also on the Alliance, even though they should arguably be on the Horde. I'm never letting that go. Anyways, so why would James the Red not join the Alliance? Give me one reason they would join the Alliance, Elizar. Just one. And if you say, because there's humans on the Alliance, then I'm going to shoot you... No, I'm not going to do that. That's too violent. With donuts. I'm going to shoot you with donuts. Not just donuts everywhere. Just donuts all the way down. You're going to be buried in donuts. No, see, here's the real problem. I probably sound as if I'm pro-Horde. And while I am, I'm actually not. Here's the problem. I am not pro-Horde. I'm pro-good storytelling. And that's the problem. Tell me right now, what is the identity of the Alliance? I just told you the identity of the Horde, right? Victims, survivors, we got each other's back, right? What's the identity of the Alliance? Now, there is no identity for the Alliance. I'm just gonna Just going to share that. That's the problem. The problem is the overwhelming majority of the primary writers and story mainliners to Warcraft for the better part of forever, pretty much from Warcraft 3 all the way up until now, have been primarily focused on the Horde. Because the Horde have just been more interesting to write for them, for whatever reasons. So the Horde have gotten all kinds of, story development and culture and history and, great characters and excellent quest chains. And the Alliance have been there. And they just really haven't been as fleshed out. And that is honestly my biggest complaint. I'm not really anti-Alliance. I'm anti the fact that the Alliance aren't anything. Some individual Alliance races have something going for them. Like we've got the Three Hammers problem with the Dwarves. That's cool. They haven't done much with that since Pandaria, but it's something that's there. They're trying desperately to do something with the Night Elves for the last 3 expansions. How well they've been succeeding at that is very debatable. End statement. Like, you get my point. Let's be very clear. Oh, I did very much, Eternus. The reason the Alliance exists at all, and this is not a joke, this is not presumption, this is not speculation. The reason the Alliance exists at all is because of the fact that it was presumed at the creation of WoW that there needed to be 2 factions for the purposes of PvP. Now, PvP is its own thing, and we'll talk about this a little bit more when we get to the actual WoW review, but the bottom line is they wanted to do a 2-faction system. Because other than that, the Alliance has no real reason to exist. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking from the perspective of now. But throw all that out the window. Rewind time all the way back to the end of Frozen Throne, okay? Think about the state of the Eastern Kingdoms, the breadbasket of the Alliance. Remember that at the time, we didn't even know Stormwind survived. Stormwind was retconned to once again be rebuilt and structured so that there could be a human city. Because there was no human city. Right? Ironforge was kind of a thing, but they also had issues with the gnomes, because the gnomes had their own little tiny little thing on the side during Warcraft 3, and there wasn't, like, the Night Elves were very clearly Horde aligned, so that's not even on the table. Alterac was run over roughshod by the Forsaken in Frozen Throne, Takoida, so no. Like, you get my overall point here, though, right? The Alliance were kind of retconned into existence for the purpose of having a second race. For a second faction, excuse me. Back in vanilla. Now, work and time has been done since then to justify the Alliance existing, but at the time, it was just... And that's my overall point. This has all just been people who are just kind of making it up as they go, and it's all boiling back down to... and if I might be so bold, I legitimately think that WoW would be a better game if there was no 2-faction system, and it was just people. Like, it doesn't even have to be the Horde. We could etch-a-sketch that out of existence. Just, there's people, right? You got the human survivors in Theramore, you got the Night Elf survivors up in Darnassus, right? We've got the Orc survivors, the Taurans who are struggling, the Darkspear trolls, probably whatever Dwarven people have managed to make the crossing along with the Theramore expedition, right? Yeah, the Forsaken are fighting back against the overwhelming tide of death. If I was building WoW initially, I would make Kalimdor, all of Kalimdor, the let's call it the 1 through 30 zone, right? That's the low-level stuff. That's where everybody starts, over on Kalimdor. And then you go over to the Eastern Kingdoms, and then the Eastern Kingdoms, that's the Direlands. That's the high-level stuff, right? You get over there, that's when you finally encounter things like the Forsaken. That's when you encounter trying to push back against the Scourge, or whatever bandit lords, or ogres, or whatever other nonsense the dragons, the black dragons, are all doing over at the Eastern Kingdom. Because the entire Eastern Kingdom just kind of got run over. Twice. That's what I would have done. Make reclaiming Stormwind a thing. Now, a lot of people had fun with PvP and factions. That's cool. That's awesome. a lot of people also have fun with black licorice. That doesn't mean I'm going to automatically say that black licorice should be a thing. I understand that other people have different perspectives, and that's cool and all, but, well, if I could be extraordinarily blunt for 1 second, I have literal decades of experience with both studying and helping to design MMOs. And those people like PvP. So no, I legitimately think that for the structure of World of Warcraft, from then to now, the game would be universally better if that whole thing was just axed all the way back in vanilla. Now, let me answer Tarhunter's question, because Tarhunter says, how do you do world PvP? Easy answer. You do the same general thing that MMOs did in general back then when you did world PvP. You flag for it. Which is funny, because WoW has that system built into it anyways, right? You have to opt into PvP. And you're probably thinking, well, shouldn't there be a lore explanation? First of all, no, there doesn't have to be. But second of all, the lore explanation is baked in. Make there be... I don't want to call it a faction, but, like, make there be a traitor mechanic. Make there be people who just kind of decide to go rogue. Maybe something like they were trying to do the Division, but actually good, right? Don't let me get that way. I love the Division. It's actually a great game. But, make it so that you can join someone whose whole shtick is hunting down people. Make there be some actual gameplay mechanics that enforce that, rather than just what world PvP is in WoW, which is you attack someone on the world because you can. And that's it. Well, no, Lord Harriman, because after all, there's going to be plenty of people who will be fighting back. And I know I'm not explaining this super well because this is actually a very complex topic, but I put a lot of thought into this idea. Because the Alliance identity is the noble protectors of the planet of the people. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, always are. So, the, that... I mean, I don't think you've agreed with me on anything in the history of the ever Meadfist, so that doesn't surprise me. Have there be actual gameplay reason and purpose behind doing PvP other than I want to fight other players. That's what WoW has failed at for many, many years. Especially WoW Vanilla. There was no reason to PvP in WoW Vanilla. Lots of people did it, because that's games, right? Some people just want to kill other people, either because they think it's fun, or they want the challenge of it, or they want to have the role-playing side of it, or maybe they're dicks, or maybe they're assholes. But there's lots of reasons for people to go PvP. So make there be actual support for that. Make there be a structure and a mechanism and gameplay purpose and benefit behind doing it, other than just slash PvP. That would be my overall approach to that one. Anyways, I've diverged entirely too much. Let's keep playing the game we're playing. I knew there'd be an encounter like right as soon as I entered this room. What's actually funny to me, I know quite a few PvPers, new, past tense. So one of the things I used to do is I used to poll them for perspective on opinions with regards to how PvP works, how it's implemented, rewards, benefits, detriments, that kind of a thing. I've never heard anybody ever give a damn about the identity of their faction before. So what you said to me, Meadfest, is legitimately the first time I've ever heard that. Most PvPers I know do it because they either enjoy the experience or they enjoy the challenge, because, you know, fighting a player is always going to be different than fighting an AI, right? Like, that's normal. It's the reason people do duels in RTSs, right? And so forth and so on, right? Like, some people just, that's the gameplay they want. But I've never heard anybody say, for the Horde!
Quickly, before more guards come.
Terry said she'd find a way to rescue me. I will never forget this.
You're welcome. Yay, we helped someone. And they're a blood mage. God damn it. I've never heard of it, Cashel. Could you tell me more about it? There's also PvPers who are just interested in griefing. I try to verbally distinguish those from let's call them true PvPers. Because those people are griefers. Let's just say that as bluntly as we can. I honestly think you are staining the name of a PvPer by calling griefers PvPers. They're griefers. I don't think I have Lord Harriman, no.
You've never come to the alienage, Fenris.
I don't live in the alienage.
Don't you care about the plight of our people? Not even a little bit?
No.
I don't need to visit the alienage to know what they suffer. I know it better than you.
I've lived there for years. I see it firsthand.
And I lived it.
Yeah, Fenris has had some things. He is his scars, as the saying goes. Hey, Sean. Now, someone else said something I was going to respond to. Oh, Eleazar is trying to ask, like, okay, I feel like you're just asking me the same question again, Eleazar, so I'm going to repeat myself here. There is no identity to the Alliance. There are individual scraps of stories which are good and interesting, but otherwise the Alliance are the good guys, and you know what I mean by that. They have no identity other than being the good guys, which, I missed something. What did I miss? And if I might be so bold, calling the Alliance the good guys is, wrong, I think, is how I'm going to describe that. Yeah, I was going to say, anybody familiar with the lore knows they are just as neutral as any other faction. They're a polity. They're not the good guys. They're a military alliance of different people with their own different perspectives. That's fine, by the way. That's not me throwing shade. But you can see why I take issue with people trying to, you know, brand them as the good guys. It's like, really? Now, in the interest of fairness, I do have a general disagreement with a faction being portrayed as the good guys. This is something that shows up in several works of fiction. Star Wars comes to mind immediately. I've never believed the idea that the Jedi are the good guys, and I never will. But they really like to hammer that point in, that the Jedi are the good guys. Well, nice shot.
Are you the reinforcements? I thought the captain would send more.
You're a member of the Guard, right?
I'm Lieutenant Harley, and this is what's left of my patrol. This disaster was my first routine assignment.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I got you back.
What are you talking about? You think we're guards?
Bollocks! Little Bedham must not have made it back. We're up against Evert's marauders.
Evert's? Shit.
Fellorden's up there, and Victor Longdeath's handiwork you've already seen. We tried 2 sorties up the path, but it's trapped to oblivion. Now I'd be thankful just to get out of here alive.
No fair, guard dog! You've brought friends!
Shut your mouth!
Fellorden? Victor Longdeath? What are you talking about?
They've been robbing and raping for Maker knows how long. Did a broad daylight assault on the keep to rescue one of their number 2 years back. Fellorden, a blood mage, is here. Victor Longdeath, Sophie. We have to end them.
Isn't it suicide to stay pinned down here?
We're pinned down right now, but so are they. If we run, Evert's marauders escape again. So we've been waiting for reinforcements. Victor's arrows and Orden's fireballs taking their toll. But we can still take them down.
I got this.
It's too dangerous for you and your men. Stay put. I'll take care of it.
Look out for traps. Be careful. Evert's marauders are deadly.
Hi. Non-applicable, Eleazar. The answer is nobody. They're the swarm. Oh yeah, that's another one. So, I anticipated Lord Harriman's response. Yes, really. Because a lot of people see the Jedi as the good guys. That's not exactly something unique to Lord Harriman. Whether I agree or not is almost irrelevant, because at least I can buy the Jedi being the good guys. What I cannot buy is the Republic being portrayed as the good organization. That one has always bothered the crap out of me.
I can't believe it. I'll tell Lieutenant Jalen at the Keep what you've done. I'll make sure he rewards you. Men! We're heading home!
Yeah, I hope you like that encounter with, like, the Super Mega Death Dooms. Which we just mopped the floor. In fairness, this fight can suck if you're not careful about it. Because, you know, the place is fairly well trapped, and they have a good defensive position, but the problem is, if you have any kind of range, you don't really care about terrain. You could shoot through and around, you know, hills. So... Oh, don't mistake me, the Republic was better than the Galactic Empire. Because, you know, duh. That I don't even feel like I should have to say that. But yeah, the Republic had issues. Volumes of issues. Oh god! Oh, they're actually dogs. I was confused by that. And hungry! Ah, that's a good question, Cashel. I suppose we'll get there at some point. The best part is I'm pretty sure the Star Wars rewrite will have started full production before then. So that'll be fun. Maybe Evo. Okay, so Evo said something earlier. She said, "You suck, and I hate you." Who would win in the Burning Legion for the Swarm? Let's see. A multi-dimensional, magically empowered, galaxy-purging organization which is being run by a quantum supercomputer that allows it to stay perfectly organized across the overwhelming power and might it can bring to bear. Or the Swarm. Yeah, I mean, the thing I love about it is Dooku is evil and wrong. He's just also right. One of the greatest tricks Dooku ever pulls, and this is in multiple Clone Wars things, is he tells the truth about the Republic. And that tends to convince people. Because what he's saying is true.
I think it's over. You think it's over?
Well, one of many reasons why I am not alone in being grateful that the Horde is no longer being run as a military dictatorship, Logue. Honestly, about freaking time. It's okay. We still have one remaining military dictatorship. That would be the Alliance. Reminder that Anduin is the High King of the entire Alliance. Why? Oh, well, because he was the son of the previous High King of the Alliance. Oh, well, he is the High King. Oh, because... Look, don't question it. Because he got there first. I mean... When the story starts, when the Grand Alliance, which is actually what the Alliance is technically referred to, because it's the third of the alliances, really got founded, which was right in the early days of WoW Vanilla, Varian, who was actually not even there, but the human kingdom, didn't actually have a singular leader, unless you count Onyxia. And Stormwind was on its back legs, barely surviving and struggling because, you know, of the aforementioned Onyxia, among other problems. The fact that Stormwind was just recently rebuilt within a few years probably says something it needs to. I don't remember Lord Harriman. I always have to go Google it. There are multiple alliances. There might actually be 4, now that I'm saying it out loud. Point being, it's never made even the slightest bit of sense to me that Varian, when he finally reclaimed his throne, in Wrath, was the one who was proclaimed the High King of the Alliance. It's like, I know that someone has to run that charge. Why him? Like, the dwarves were a better choice in every way and for every reason. Hell, the Night Elves were doing better off than the humans. But no. No, Varian runs the Alliance. Varian restarts the war with the Horde and begins the Hellscream conflict. Sure. Honestly, if I had to put a finger on it, I would say the Alliance is like the New California Republic in Fallout. And that's kind of an insult. But I stand by it. They're better than the alternative, you know, which in this case would be, you know, the Legion in both games. Where is this goddamn thing? Yeah, Jane is cool. Thrall's cool. Hang on, I'm just gonna Google it. Northwest corner of the map before the mouth of a cave. On the complete other side of the map. This is a good time to talk about MMO stuff. While I'm walking across the map while nothing happens. Oh, I'm not, Eleazar. Opinions on Grey Jedi. That's a tough one. Because my opinion on that has actually morphed and changed over the years quite a bit. Once upon a time, I thought of it as the obvious, the best, and the most overt. I can't remember what you said, Evo. That's why you were going to remind me. The best option, right? It's the balance. You know, hey. But over the years, my opinion on the Force and its presentation in the Jedi and the dark side has shifted and morphed and quantified, and Lord knows that the writers themselves cannot make up their minds on what the Force is. So, I suppose that's the summary of my opinion on the Grey Jedi. Oh my god. Alright, hang on. Let me just scroll up. Evo has said one thing, and only one thing ever. Nope, it's off the screen. It is scrolled off a chat. Obviously, there's no such thing as a Grey Jedi in canon. Current canon, AU canon. And the reason I can say that so definitively is because the way that they have currently defined the dark side means that the dark side and the light side are fundamentally opposed. There's no possible in-betweeny there, right? Oh, for God's sakes, it's right there. I even went into this stupid cave. There. And you're right, Ryman. So, you can't really have a Grey Jedi at that point. There's also the definition of the Grey Jedi, which is any light-sided Force user who does not follow the Jedi Order, which is its own thing. I will admit, in a vacuum, I love the idea of dark side not being evil, which is something I'm in favor of in general. You know, dark is not evil, light is not good is a trope I enjoy, probably in part because of the fact that it is so extraordinarily rare. And of those rare times it's done, it's even more rarely done well. Even Kingdom Hearts, which was something I could point to for a while that did that, backpedaled and made darkness evil again.
Games on the sea, though. There are storms and hostile pirates. And it's trying being cooped up with men who haven't seen a woman in months.
You're a woman.
Exactly. And I don't usually let them touch me, so they get frustrated. I insist all of them get alone time. Helps with the crankiness.
They're already lonely. Why would you insist they be alone some more?
Ah, Meryl.
What? Did I miss something?
Go think about it. Maybe it'll come to you.
Now, FF14 Shadowbringers did a decent job of the idea because, FF14 does a good job in general because darkness is not evil in FF14 any more than it is good, and same thing with light. As is my personal preference, both are energy sources. Warcraft dips into this, but also dips out of it, too. It's kind of a half and half, because the Void isn't evil, and the Light isn't good, but the Void Lords are evil, and the Naru tend to be good, so it kind of, like, it's only kind of a half and half sort of a thing. What am I looking for here?
Oh, Meryl. So you've returned. How has your time been among the Shemlin?
It's been nothing but roses and rainbows, Master Island. The alienage is lovely in the spring. The collapsing shacks and drunken brutes are nicely offset by the knee-deep mud.
This path has been of your own choosing, Meryl. A path that has saddened the clan greatly.
Perhaps if the clan was more accepting of the ancient ways and not so mired in fear.
Enough! We will not bicker like children in front of strangers. We cannot undo what is done. My apologies for that display. Perhaps we can start again. You've returned. Is there something you need?
Do you sell the ink you Dalish use for tattooing?
How dare you? That ink is sacred. We would no sooner sell it to Shem than we would sell our own children.
Cool. I was just wondering. You know, just... Anyways.
Dalish crafting is
yes, taking a drink. Sean is correct, of course. Because the thing is, there's also a matter of degrees here, right? Let me... Fine, Dalish craft. If you put a gun to my head and say pick Jedi or Sith, I'm going to pick the Jedi. Because I don't agree with the Jedi, and I don't like the Jedi, and I fundamentally disagree with the Jedi Order. In fact, I disagree with their very philosophy. But the Sith are the Sith. You know? I'm not going to get into any real-life stuff, but just because both sides are not sides that I agree with, doesn't mean that they are equal in that matter, right? Yeah, like the Sith are like, dead puppies. And that's the Sith.
Watch your steps, Shem. You don't know how many Dalish arrows are
If you
trained
walk
on
the
you
paths
right
of
now.
Sundermount, walk softly.
A storm is coming. I can smell it.
Andarana to Shanho.
Yeah, it's okay. They won't kill us. It's cool. It's a Tuesday. Nah, stupider. Yeah, these are.
Dalish crafting is second.
Did I already get it? Oh, I literally can't do that quest right now. Cool. Let's move on. No, I literally can't get the next item until we're doing Meryl's companion quest. Exactly, Eleazar. You have found me out! Well, hopefully you'll like the rewrites, Sith. Because we've actually spent a lot of time and effort redefining how a lot of facets of the Star Wars universe work. And the overall framework of the galaxy has already taken shape. I'm actually really proud of what we've come up with so far. That for later. It has happened several times in several media ventures, but whether or not the dark side corrupts you depends entirely on the work in question, the writer in question. And there's another layer there. Correct, Lord Harriman. And that other layer is the fact that several writers insist that you can't use the dark side at all until you are evil. As in, using it is an evil act, right? Therefore, a good person fundamentally is incapable of actually utilizing the dark side. Because several writers have taken that tact on things.
I found your patrol. They won't be coming back.
You have stolen my duty, Basra.
You're welcome.
We were supplied for this task, but you have done this instead. Take what was meant for us.
You're welcome, I guess. Wait, why are you apologizing twice, Evo? Are you just desperate to lose friendship points? Rivalry bar increases.
So this relic you mentioned losing...
You have pretty eyes.
I have pretty eyes.
You elves have such pretty eyes. Even the men. It makes me want to pluck them out and wear them as a necklace.
I wouldn't suggest trying.
Oh, I would never try. Not without reason, of course.
Forget I said anything.
Oh, there's another friendship point lost, Evo. You're going for the record today, aren't we?
Many thanks, monsieur. Your payment?
Yeah, Isabella doesn't really talk about herself. Probably because she's learned through very hard experience not to. Who's more powerful, a Dreadlord or a Sith? Not applicable question. Who's more powerful, Elizar? Some random human or some other random human?
Made of the brine.
I seek any information on suspected apostates.
The answer is, of course, it depends. It depends on the Sith, and it depends on the Dreadlord. That's it.
Did you misplace this?
Speaks the minds.
Either way, I've remembered what I was going to respond to, Evo. I mean, yes, Lord Harriman, but I stand by my answer. It's like asking me who's more powerful, an elf or a human. Not applicable. Star Wars is higher and lower tier than Warcraft. Because Star Wars has infrastructure built for war. Just built for war. Whole planets whose economies depend on churning out spaceships that, given enough time, can level a planet. That's pretty high tier if you think about it. And Star Wars in general has always been pretty high tier. Even their FTL is bonkers. I forget the exact numbers anymore, but you could cross the galaxy of Star Wars in a couple of months. Which may sound slow, and if it does, no, that's insanely fast. That absolutely just destroys the FTLs of most settings in terms of raw speed. Hyperspace is crazy fast.
Lieutenant Harley said I should see you about a reward.
That's it. Not even going to mention your scuffle with Evit's marauders. Killing the whole lot of them.
I mean, I kill lots of people.
Common murderers and thieves. I dealt with them.
There's one small rub, though. Their leader, Evitz, wasn't there, was he?
No, they were led by Fel Orden.
Evitz is the worst of the lot. He may try to get revenge one day.
He can wait his turn. I won't lose any sleep over it.
Maybe nothing will come of it. Thanks again for your help.
The Emperor, I'm sorry, Elizar, which Emperor? There are several. Palpatine, okay. Palpatine versus Tichondrius. First of all, I hate versus questions, no offense. I do try to discourage people from asking those, because they're not particularly interesting, and it always comes down to a bit of, well, a massive amount of interpretation and speculation. So they're generally meaningless questions. I understand that they're very popular, so I'll answer this one. Tie. I would call it a straight tie. Palpatine is the most powerful jackass ever to run around in the Star Wars setting. Whether that's good, bad, or in between doesn't matter, it's true. Tichondrius is a very well-ranked, very personally powerful Nothrazim. At one point in time, he was the actual leader of the Nothrazim under the Burning Legion. Even with some of their retcons, that still puts him as extraordinarily high tier. Illidan had an army at his back and was personally empowered by the School of Gul'dan in order to bring him down.
People come out at night. It would be good to get rid of them.
So, yeah. That's why I stalled so much to quote it. And like I said, it comes down to speculation. How does the Force interact with Fel? That's why I just gave up and said, hi. Actually, no, Tarhuntus. Although...
Did you ever notice how cold pavement is here?
I have concluded Shadowlands, if that's what you're asking, and yes, I'm pretty sure I even know what you're referencing, and I'm just gonna mentally eject that from canon, if that's okay with you. Because it's dumb. I'm just gonna say that. It's dumb. It's a dumb plot twist they don't even do anything with. And they don't even explain properly. It's like if all of a sudden, in the middle of Star Wars, Han Solo was like, I was Palpatine all along! What? That is such a dumb twist. It has no build-up, no payoff, doesn't make sense in universe. It's so clearly just the writer making something up out of left field. No, Han Solo is not freaking Palpatine. Now let's go talk to Dupuis. Yeah, somehow, Palpatine was Solo this whole time. Oh my gosh. Would I rather be a Sith or a Dreadlord? I'll take Sith, because you can walk away from being a Sith. What happens to the souls of a follower of a deity in Forgotten Realms, which I assume is what you mean, not D&D, because D&D is not a setting, when they have passed on, then are in the plane of the deity, but the deity has been offed or usurped? Lots of interesting things are the answer to that questions are. So, anytime a deity gets usurped or replaced or switches jobs, and that has happened quite a bit, because there's a lot of politics in the deity hoods of Forgotten Realms, generally speaking, the most common thing is they just become absorbed by the person who now contains their portfolio, whether they want to or not. That can be cool, it can be not, it can lead to issues. Most of the time, it's just whatever. Sometimes they get ejected, sometimes they get recycled, sometimes they get thrown into the wall. But by and large, the most common thing is they join the new owner of that domain because, like it or not, they're property.
Sounds like Gascard was trying to locate a particular mage in Starkhaven.
Now, there's other layers to this, but no, they're property. They are assets that belong to the person whose domain that is. This actually happened with several Cyric followers, both before and after Cyric
These have been used in
gained and then lost his positions as a deity. Yeah, they're on a key deity's character sheet. That's a good way to put that. Okay, so now to finally respond to Evo. I never forget about you. Never forget. Never surrender. Sorry. You asked me to talk about the rivalry friendship topic. And...
Clever. He stopped Emmerich from investigating by getting Meredith on his side.
Cute. Nope, nope. Can't forget it. No gauntlets of unknowing for me. I like the friendship rivalry mechanic on paper.
Women's clothing. Perhaps they were taken off the murdered women.
Those clothes are so fine. They must be very valuable.
Lord Harriman is, of course, guessed correctly. The friendship and rivalry system is a positive and a negative. I really like the concept of... I don't know, Eleazar. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Could someone answer Eleazar's question? I don't know the answer to that. Lost my train of thought. I like the idea that there's a rep bar, which is always going up, essentially. That no matter what you're doing, you are progressing towards a stronger relationship with the character in question. It just changes the idea of what the nature of that relationship is, rival or friend. On paper, all of that sounds awesome. And I do think that the results are awesome if you know what you're doing. Something that I have very unintentionally been doing is I've been getting people too close to the middle here. Looks like she's close to friend and she's close to rival, and that's cool, but like Fenris is pretty close to the middle, and Aveline I know is pretty close to the middle, and I think Varric is kind of there too, and you get the idea, right? If you kind of get locked in the middle, the problem is there's no benefit for being in the middle. The only benefits are being full friend or full rival. And there's tangible benefits too. This is what you get for being friend, and this is what you get for being rival, right? So the game is essentially telling you to not roleplay, to not pick the choices you would in the dialogue, because instead it is encouraging you, both because you get additional dialogue and cutscenes, and because it changes the nature of their character arc and their companion quests, and because you get literal gameplay benefit from it, tangible benefit from it. It's encouraging you to go all one way or all the other. But it's even worse than that, because it's not always obvious which one is which. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. And it's like, hold up. Maybe? And then you end up screwing over your own progress, and you effectively lose progress at that point. What I would do in a case like this, the way I would have probably gone with this, is rather than making it a single bar where you can lose progress, I would have made 2 bars, like this. And you raise the friendship one, and you raise the rivalry one. And so you don't actually lose progress, you just didn't gain progress in the rivalry bar, right? And that way, I don't think this would perfectly solve the problem, but I do think it would help mitigate some of the issues. And then, once you max 1 bar out, you're locked into that because now you are a rival with them. I'm okay with that. Cool, there, cool. But this brings us to the gift system, because I like the fact that the gift boosts the bar you're currently pushing, unless that's not what you're trying to do, which is the other side of that coin. Once again, positive and a negative. Because, once again, if we had 2, yes, they do pancakes, it changes their dialogue, which of course changes the voice acting. If there was 2 bars and you give one of the gifts, you could say, hey, I want to raise the friendship bar specifically, or I want to raise the rivalry bar, and you could just pick as like a gameplay option or a dialogue option, and then boost that particular bar with the gift instead of being locked into it. It's not a perfect fix, but it's something I've been thinking about, because I do like the idea of the friendship rivalry thing. I just think it needs some tweaking. A few more months of polishing and game development probably would have helped. That could work too, Lord Harriman.
Help me, please! He's gone mad!
You're not him. Shit, I know what this looks like, but I didn't hurt her.
So the wild-eyed hysteria is just for show, then?
You don't understand. Someone is after her. I had to keep her safe. I don't know why you're here, but there's a killer out there, and I think he's playing us both. Just let me explain.
All right. We'll see if you can talk yourself out of this.
Several years ago, my sister was murdered. The bastard's now in Kirkwall, killing again. The same way he killed my sister. It starts with a bouquet of white lilies. He sends them to each new victim. Alessa was going to be next. I took her, so he'd have to come to me. I was finally going to face my sister's killer, but then you showed up.
He's lying! He hurt me!
I've explained this. I need your blood to track you down. If he took you, it was for your protection.
Let go of me!
She'll go straight to the city guard. They'll ruin everything.
I mean, yeah. No offense, Aveline, but your guards are nowhere near as good as you are.
I could report you to the Templars for blood magic.
Yes, I've used blood magic and lyrium to augment my powers. I'm not proud of what I've done, but I had to. He took my sister from me.
I just realized I haven't been keeping track of the blood mages. We were up to 21 before I stopped keeping track.
Can't you just tell the city guard what you told me?
Why? I don't want him arrested. This isn't about justice. I need to be the one to bleed him dry.
That's more than a bit creepy, you know?
Besides, they probably wouldn't even hear me out.
Emmerich was certain you were the killer.
Of course he was. But I was trying to find the killer just like him. Our paths crossed and he just assumed I was the murderer.
You really did make yourself a target, though. Kidnapping people and all.
I suppose that's fair.
I can help you track down your sister's killer.
No, I can manage on my own. I'm headed to Darktown. If you learn anything new about the killer, find me there. I have a score to settle with him.
Dun dun dun. Yep, time to get Sredna on the job. That's true, Sredna isn't a blood mage. Sredna is an abomination. And unlike Wynn, where it's kind of debatable, no, he's an abomination. He himself admitted in this chapter that he barely holds on. And yeah, we just got Isabella rivalry, so that's cool. Which we're trying to be friends with her. Does anybody know where to buy the gift? Because I thought I've hit all the vendors, and I apparently haven't, because I've only found one gift. So I will freely take any advice on that. Very true, Lord Harriman. I would honestly say that we probably have enough gradient, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. Gradient of abominations that, you know, we can clarify at least 3 types. Lowtown shops. Go over here. Might have already grabbed this one, but we'll double check. And whoever asked, we are in Act 2.
Should be free.
Everyone should be free, not just mages.
Not everyone's dangerous.
It's not about who's dangerous. It's about having choices made for you. Don't you wish you had the choice not to have lyrium stuck under your skin?
I do.
This is silly. I don't want to argue.
Do you want to guess what color my underclothes are again?
Oh yes, that's much more fun.
Oh god, coal. Yeah, that's going to be a discussion at some point. Who would Garrosh Hellscream join? In Wings of Liberty, specifically. Truth be told, I think he'd sign up with one of the Merc Corps. Getting to fight pretty much all willy-nilly while getting paid for it, and being able to pick and choose his jobs for it. That sounds like Garrosh to me. At least before he started becoming, you know, orc supremacist. There it is. And then dying in a cutscene. Wait. Don't we all die in cutscenes? But that's when New Game Plus starts. Only, for some reason, it keeps increasing the difficulty, because this is Dark Souls, apparently.
Why do you always win at cards?
Because I cheat, kitten. This trinket, it's elven, isn't it? From your clan. Don't bet anything you're not prepared to lose. Here, have it back. A jigger of your finest whiskey for my friend over here. The Hanged Man's finest isn't much, but it'll get you just as drunk as anything you'll find in Hightown.
And you'll wake up and find someone stolen your trousers.
That's when you know it's a party. I thought I'd have to watch myself around you, but as it turns out, you're all right.
What happened to... You cast me about like a summer storm, and I loved every minute of it.
You can enjoy a person in a bedroom, but detest their company outside of it.
True.
I don't detest your company outside of the bedroom. If I had someone like you on board my ship when the storm hit, maybe we wouldn't have been shipwrecked.
Maybe you would have been shipwrecked sooner. I'm a terrible sailor.
Are you? I suppose I'll have to keel haul you till you shape up.
You know, fiction's obsession with talking about keel hauling like it's a casual thing has always bothered me. Keel hauling's actually really, really messed up. I actually don't recommend looking it up.
How do you suppose the Qunari scratch their heads with those horns in the way?
Why do you think I would know?
Because you know lots of things. I wonder if they rub their heads against tree trunks like Hala do.
I'd pay a sovereign to see that.
No wonder they seem so cranky all the time.
Complex than he used to.
We are romancing Isabella, yes. One drink. No, Eleazar, what I mean is like the War Pigs, or the Devil Dogs, or Hammer Securities, or Spartan Company, or the Siegebreakers, or Hell's Angels, or Duskwings, or the Jackson's Revenge. And yes, I did just Google that.
So he comes down.
'Cause I couldn't think of any of them except the War Pigs.
I've got something for you, Varric.
My father's signet ring. Where did you find it? Bartrand pawned it off to pay for the expedition. I can't believe you found it. This sounds exactly like the sort of fake thing I'd make up about you.
Really?
When you tell people, mention that I got it from the belly of a dragon.
I'll throw in a couple of werewolves and a griffin for balance. Well, maybe now my contact at the gates of Orzammar won't ignore my letters. Harriman is hoping that if he just shuts his eyes tight and wishes, the real world will go away. Anyway, I owe you one, Hawk. Remind me later to put you on my tab.
Well, Lord Harriman, you need to open your eyes, Lord Harriman. Oh god, Fenris has blocked me. Just like in real life. There we go. You know what? Yeah, I'd agree with that, Trihexia.
Who are you?
I'm here to report Sir Conrad.
I know him. Did he do something? Or something?
Are you?
One moment. Are you well?
Oh, it's just you know, it's hard to think sometimes. But I will do my duty. If you've seen something, suspicious, let me know.
He's been sacrificing goats!
Sir Conrad caught some apostates. They offered him coin to let them go, and he took it.
Sir Conrad? Are you sure?
I'm afraid so.
This needs to be reported. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's truly unbelievable.
I still don't get the name.
He'll get to the thing. I need to report that the mages have hung delirium with Sir Conrad. What? Yes, Conrad is lyriuming the mages with their sirs.
They're really trying to kill us.
Can I help you? I did not know that, Lord Harriman, no. The mages are killing Sir Conrad. Kill all the mages! It's the only way to be sure! Tevinter, Tar Hunters. We do actually know that. They've even released footage. Well, if you could call it that. Stills. But renders. And, you know, design art and stuff like that. And it's been known for a while it's going to be in Tevinter. Until they change their mind again, or have already changed their mind again, because they've done it at least twice that we know of. And some reports push that up to 3 times. So when I say definitely up in Tevinter, what I mean by that is it could be in the undersea section of the game for all I know. We could have the entire game take place in the Fade. We're going to call it Dragon Age 4 Headache Edition. Thank you, Evo. No, no, let me hit the zone line. Let me hit the zone line. I don't care. I can't wait for Solus to be resolved in Act 1 of Dragon Age 4. Unsatisfyingly. Or to be abandoned entirely. Or to be completely retconned. Or all of these things combined, because none of these things are really mutually exclusive. Oh yeah, speaking of which, let's see if Dragon Age 4 is coming out today. It is! That's the first time in days that it's coming out. Okay. What's that? That's the main story quest. That's the Templar framing. Then we're waiting on that for a minute. Okay, let's go here. Yep, Dreadwolf. We dread the resolution. Oh,
I have something for you.
It's a book.
I see your eyesight is still working fine. The book is by Shartan, the elf who helped Andraste free the slaves. You know about him, right?
A little. It's just... slaves are not permitted to read. I've never learned.
I think more people like Solus than not. I've always been the exception there in not actually liking Solus.
It's not too late to learn, Fenris.
Isn't it? Sometimes I wonder. I don't mean to seem ungrateful. I do appreciate the thought. I've always wanted to learn more of Shartan. Perhaps this is my chance.
See, I'm telling you, most people like Solus, in my experience. Some people would say them's fighting words, Lord Harriman. So if I was in charge of WoW, would I have the Alliance and Horde conflict end? Let's stop your question right there, Elizar. Yes. Have they already done that? Yes. Would they go fight the Legion? No, because the Legion doesn't exist anymore. Yes, Dark Day. See, that's the thing. I like plenty of villainous characters. I mean, I like the Arishok. But, like, the idea... I don't know. Solus just doesn't work for me. Or I suppose I should say, didn't work for me. We'll see how we think of it this time around.
The blight didn't get here. It's a crap.
Now, I know a lot of people don't like Sarah because she's, you know, a crude, chaotic jackass. I didn't have any problem tolerating Sarah.
Is it my eyes again?
You're very lanky for an elf. I like lanky.
From what I gather, you like a lot of things.
Nonsense. But when I see something I like, I go after it.
Do you intend to go after me, then?
Will you take off all that spiky armor you're wearing?
It's been known to happen.
Then forget it.
Okay.
Kirkwall's a dangerous place for our friends, but you've made their lot easier. Several of them put their coin together to get you this.
Thanks. And no, I do get what you mean, Lord Harriman. You're absolutely right. I will be paying very careful attention to Solus. I'll probably have him in my party, like, permanently when we play Inquisition, just to get his dialogue and his reactions to things. We will see what we think of him. Yeah, Sarah is well written. I think that's part of the reason I can tolerate her. I'm not saying Solus isn't. I'm just saying that in that case. Let's go turn in the murder mystery quest and say thank you to Korgoth. Thank you. In Legion, Elizar. Obviously. I know, shocking.
Why do you even like me? I must seem so dull. What brought this on? Your life has been so exciting. The adventures, the duels, the passionate love affairs. Compared to that, my life is a stale, dry biscuit. I wish I had your life.
No, you don't want my life.
Why?
Because you have a good heart, and you deserve better.
Aren't you Hawk? Emmerich left not long ago. He said you'd arranged to meet tonight.
Did I tell him that? I must have completely forgotten.
Don't you remember sending this message?
Well, shoot.
You didn't? Strange. Well, I don't know. Emmerich's been acting strangely for months. It's probably just a misunderstanding.
Yeah, that's bad.
So many mages here could be brought peace by...
That's really bad.
Harlot's blush.
Is this game a huge step back from Dragon Age Origins? No. Even going through with the review, even given the fact that the score is not exactly going to score that, is not exactly scoring that well right now. No, I don't think this game is a huge step back from Dragon Age Origins. It is, in many ways, easier to play, easier to replay, and has a lot going for it in other aspects. I think it does certain things very differently from Dragon Age Origins. And obviously it isn't what people wanted out of a Dragon Age 2, which makes perfect sense because that's not what the developers were making. I would say medium-lowish, Elizar, if we're looking at everything. Maybe lower than that. Yeah, no, if they had had time and support to properly build this game, I'm pretty sure this game would stomp Dragon Age Origins. I mean that. Yes, Evo? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It is definitely sideways. So, I think part of the problem was they were probably trying for the Mass Effect 2 effect. Completely reinvent the game with the intent of making a better game. Now, obviously opinions vary on this, but I think with Mass Effect 2 they succeeded, because Mass Effect 2 is a very well-designed game, regardless of whether or not it's, you know, a follow-through on Mass Effect 1. But that's my point. Mass Effect 2 is definitely different than Mass Effect 1, but they did it. Dragon Age 2 is very different from Dragon Age Origins, and...
Some mage sent that thing here to kill him. Why would anyone... Oh, Maker. The murders. Emmerich was right. He was getting too close. He suspected a man named Gascard Dupuis. Did he do this?
Nope.
Gascard was only a small piece of the puzzle. I think he's innocent.
He should have believed Emmerich. I thought he was just trying for one last shot at glory. Whoever did this is a dangerous apostate that Meredith will want found. I will see to it personally. Thank you for your help in this matter. If you learn anything more, please come to me.
I actually have noticed that several times. In fact, it's been confusing me, Lord Harriman, because I'm not sure what's causing it. Is it, like, a variant of the 1 HP problem? I suppose I should explain that for some of my viewers. So some games do this thing. Baldur's Gate 3 did this. Bloodborne does this. Several Soulsborne games do this. They do this thing where the enemy, whatever you hit them for, it just puts them to 1 HP instead of 0 if it would kill them. There's reasons for that. Those reasons are debatable, but I hate it. I hate that crap. And in some cases, again, going back to Baldur's Gate 3, you can actually prove that the dice roll are cheating. The dice are cheating because you can see your dice roll, you can see how much damage you rolled, and it's more than they have health, and they're at 1 health. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to point out the undead thing, but that's not actually what I'm talking about. That just made it more irritating because some enemies actually have that that extra feature of having that built in. But the 1 HP thing is something that several games do. And generally speaking, they do it so that enemies have a chance to get at least one shot, or one spell, or one attack off, even if you're at a position where you can and should be able to one-shot them.
I hope all is well. There's another letter waiting on your desk at your leisure.
That's up to you guys, Korgoth, as always. I don't decide what I stream, at least not yet. When I finally get caught back up in the queue, ha ha ha, we might actually, I might actually be able to decide what I stream again. That is the intent, but we're not there yet, so. So let's see, StarCraft, God of War 4, and Dragon Quest. Thank you, Dark Day. As always. You did miss it. We have had sex with Isabella. We're still working on actually romancing her. So, for example, Korgoth, if you want to put that towards Starfield, you can. It sure doesn't feel like it's getting shorter, Blade Travel, and I really don't want to sound like I'm whining, but I'm pretty sure it's Baldur's Gate 3's fault. Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, obviously, being sick, having to move, you know, losing, like, God, a month and a half of my life to nonsense. None of that helped. I would be way more caught up in the queue if all that crap didn't happen. But yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition back to back to back to back has not helped the queue any. The fact that the Dragon Age block got funded right when we're about to start Baldur's Gate 3. I love these games. I don't want to sound complainy, but oh God, that was a hit. As soon as I realized Dragon Age was funded, I was just like, oh. Because I knew that was like another month of my life gone. And and the queue gets pushed further back. Thank you, Tarhuntus, for reminding me. And I hated Baldur's Gate 3 because I gave it negatives. Third and I were making fun of that yesterday. Let's bring Meryl. Yeah, let's bring Set Syndrome. Okay. We'll do this quest. I mean, I don't regret the Baldur's Gate 3 stream, and I don't regret the Dragon Age Origins stream. I feel very conclusive on Dragon Age Origins. I'm very happy with its score and how it lined up and blah, 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 blah. I feel like I did a good job. Satisfying, right? But god damn it!
Hello? Is Anders there? Can I speak to Anders?
You can stop yelling. It's always me.
Oh, good. I didn't want to talk to that other guy. You know, the stick in the mud.
He can still hear you. Justice and I are one. Anyway, you wanted to talk to me?
Not really. I just wanted to make sure it was you.
I am extraordinarily happy that you liked Baldur's Gate 3, Korgoth. What really irritates me is how many people think I didn't. That's kind of the joke. By the way, as a reminder, Korgoth, you can put it towards up to 3 things. There's no detriment for that. Yeah, so yeah, to explain the joke, I did give negatives to Baldur's Gate 3. I also think Act 3 was a mess. We ran into several bugs, and I was really, really tired of the game by that point in time. I'm not apologizing for that. I stand by all of the opinions I had. That doesn't mean it wasn't a good game. It was still a 200-plus game, which I continue to emphasize because people simply do not seem to understand how high of a score that is. Imagine if I gave a game a 9 out of 10 and then listed my criticisms about it, and people came after me for speaking negatively about the game. And it's easy to imagine, because people do exactly that to reviewers who do a typical 9 out of 10 review.
Forgive me, Your Grace.
So it's been... I've been trying to turn it into a joke because it's been extremely frustrating how many people think, you hate Baldur's Gate 3. No!
I thought it would end here. That young lady, Hawk, she decimated Flint Company. No survivors. Yet, now that I know who sent them, it's harder to see their deaths as justice.
Death is never justice.
Hawk, we were just talking about you.
Carry on. I love to eavesdrop.
I'd rather talk directly, if you don't mind. I've learned who hired Flint Company. The Harrimans, a noble family of Kirkwall. They were my parents' allies. It's hard to believe they betrayed us like this.
I mean, I stand by it, Logue. Like, okay, do I have to sit and give a whole dissertation on the nature of my review system again? Rain36 says, I was frustrated and want to rest through the thing. Yes, I was! Absolutely! I was sick of Act 3. I stand by that firmly. Now, hang on. Bonus questions. What was my favorite encounter in Baldur's Gate 3? I'll give you a hint. It was in Act 3. Hang on. Bonus question. What's my second favorite encounter in Baldur's Gate 3? I'll give you another hint. It's also in Act 3. The reason I bring this up is because I can absolutely be... I stand by my opinion. Act 3 has some great hype marks, right? There's some moments, either in character or story or in gameplay, which are fantastic. And then there's the things that aren't. There are moments which make me just want to stop playing the game. It was so frustrating, and I was so sick of it, and that doesn't mean it wasn't also very good. These are not mutually exclusive.
Tell me about this family.
Lord Harriman used to be a good man, but he became rather strange in his dotage. He died some years back. His daughter took over the family, Lady Johanne Harriman. They say she's become quite reclusive of late.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Money? Power? It's hard to say. Lady Harriman was always jealous of my family for being royalty when hers were mere nobility. But I can't imagine that pushing her into outright murder.
Oh yeah, let's explain very briefly why I don't like Sebastian. You ready for this? It's very simple. There's actually 2 things. First of all, he is the definition of late party member syndrome. That's by virtue of the fact that he's DLC, but he is late party member syndrome. It's worth noting that a character you get late or in a DLC does not automatically qualify for that syndrome. Late party member syndrome is when a character is added into the narrative from a real-life perspective late, and they don't have time to develop them. right? So, they don't really do much with Sebastian. To use the total contrast here, Shale is also a DLC character and is awesome. The second reason, though, the main reason I don't like Sebastian, is because of Korgoth. Damn you, Korgoth! How could you do this? Yeah, no, it's just he. Oh, ouch, Lord Harriman. The second reason I don't like Sebastian is he is a nobleman who is a religious person. And no offense to anybody who is either of those things, but Sebastian is the worst of both. He is a devout follower of the Chantry, and not in a good way. And he is a devout nobleman, royalty, excuse me, as he himself just mentioned. And I wouldn't call either of those positive character traits. He's kind of a worst of both worlds situation.
This is why the cycle of violence never gets broken.
You jest, but that's the truth. Give this up, Sebastian. Dedicate yourself to the Chantry as you swore.
I must speak with Lady Harriman and find out what drove her to this madness. But I am the last of my line. I should not go alone and make myself a target.
Fine, I'll go play the DLC I paid for.
If I'm standing beside you, that should make her think twice.
Again, your interest in my plight humbles me. If you like, I can travel with you until you confront Lady Harriman. Otherwise, you can always find me here in the Chantry.
And thank you again, Korgoth. I am sorry that I failed you, but I cannot lie to you. I apologize. I just can't do it. So let's bring Loser Boy here.
Maker, give me...
Yeah, he's got a giant stick up his ass. And he's an uppity prick who's an uppity prick in two distinct and different ways. So, favorite late characters that bypass late party member syndrome. Let me think about that for a second. My first and automatic thought is Strago from Final Fantasy VI. Someone we don't get...
Getting you any closer to your ship?
Huh?
I just don't understand why you're working with Hawk. You don't seem to care about anything we do. What's keeping you here?
Mostly the sex. Hawk's an absolute tiger between the sheets. I mean, all night, every night. Oh, cute, you're blushing.
I mean... I wasn't going to tell him. Strago, they do some really good stuff with, despite the fact that he joins the party relatively very late in the narrative. Although FF6 is not immune to this because, in total contrast, both Gogo and Umaro are late party member syndrome. To use a similar example, you get Eiko very late into Final Fantasy IX, and she's awesome, but you also get Amarant very late into Final Fantasy IX, and he is not.
You got my letter.
You've been gone a while. I thought you had things under control.
I told you I would handle this, and I did. Now, after a year of raids on our shipments, I finally caught one of the culprits. One of our miners, Sabine, has been leaking information.
Speaking of FF6.
Do you know him? He claims to be from your hometown in Ferelden. I would like you to get this festering sore to divulge who is behind the thefts. When you are ready, I will bring Sabine to you.
Very true, Meatfist. Late party member syndrome is kind of a misnomer, and I wish we could rename it, but here we are. So...
Who is this man?
I would not expect you to recall every piss pot from your past.
That's the problem with being a big fish in a small pond. I could never tell the little fish apart.
Well, he brags to his fellows that he grew up with you in Lothering.
Sure he did. Would I use blood magic in real life? No! I have enough health issues as is. I don't need to be ripping my blood out just to cast spells I don't really need.
Bring Sabine back to my place.
Excellent idea. I will get him now.
I'd say Garaha Tia counts. I mean, even just saying that's kind of a spoiler, I just realized, but whatever.
Here is the dung pile I caught leaking next week's shipment schedule. He won't tell me who he's working with. Who else has been screwing me over? Tell me, you ratting mongrel!
You bear. You hit like an Orlesian courtesan. Watch and learn.
Miss Hare, please, don't hurt me. I knew you since you was young and loathering. I knew your mum's family, and your pop. Make you got him rest.
Pathetic. I leave this bastard in your capable hands. Get me when he's ready to talk.
I beg you, Miss Hare, don't hit me again. Us loathering folk should stick together.
If that's true, then why did you sell me out?
What made you betray your employer?
Before the Blight, my family had a good life in Lothering. Clean home, fertile land, friends. In Kirkwall, we lived in a hovel. People spit on us, and some days we went hungry.
I implore you to go. I gave you a freaking good job. I did give him a good job, right? Or have I been doing nothing for 3 years again? Would I be willing to make a deal with a spirit or demon in this setting? No. No way in hell. I wouldn't make a deal with a devil from Forgotten Realms, and they're reliable. Spirits and demons can do whatever the hell they want to. In fact, even in Origins, if you remember, there were several examples of demons being completely willing to go back on their word. They're not bound to anything, right? They can just do whatever the hell they want to. Now, let's make this very... Oh, actually, really quick thing. I never really talked about this last time. So, Lothering was like the tutorial town in Dragon Age Origins, right? The third one. And I liked it. It's good. But it's this tiny little ramshackle hut place. Even Morgan says it's a nobody-nothing town. Here's the thing. Lothering sits on the road, the King's Road, the southern one, I forget which one it's called, and is right on the edge of the Banorn. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, that means they have tons of fertile and wealthy land while sitting on a major trade pipeline. Lothering should be Denerim 2. You know what I mean? It should be one of the biggest hubs in the area. Instead, for some reason, that's Amaranthine. I was looking up some statistics about the history and geography of Ferelden. I was curious about things, and I was like, why is Lothering such a piss pot? Anyways.
Trust me, things could be worse. Tell me how to stop the next ambush.
As soon as I tell Hubert what he wants to know, he'll kill me or throw me in prison.
Yeah?
My life's not worth much but my family. I only wanted to give my wife and son a better life.
So all you did was betray me, oh, and you, and your fellow Fereldans, because you wanted to give your wife and son a better life. Okay, that's cool.
Hubert's first love is gold. You must have some squirreled away.
I'll tuck some coin away for the future. But if it buys me a future out of prison, Hubert can have it.
Hawk, this is Lily of the Coterie. Given the importance of stopping the cargo robberies, I have enlisted a consultant.
Consultant? Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Well, Doug, are you ready to bark now?
I just want it to be over. There's an ambush planned tonight at Dietrich Crossing.
Tonight? That leaves you barely enough time to intercept them. You had best leave immediately.
We'll protect your precious shipment, but make sure you have the coterie's payment. Want me to deal with this runt? Free of charge. I'll drop him in a ditch on our way out.
Yes, take him. With my blessing. I assume my partner will not object?
Hold up.
Sabine will pay you back if you let him go.
Oh, really? I'm more inclined to beat the coin out of this sheep swallow and then kill him.
He's nothing, Hubert. Take his offer and cut him loose so we can get back to business.
Fine. Get me your ill-gotten coin before I change my mind.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hayes. I know I don't deserve it, but thank you.
We're wasting time. If you find naught but corpses at the ambush, it won't be my fault. We're too late for your boys, but we'll make the rotters pay.
So you keep saying that there's nobody to trade with through Lothering, and I find that very strange because Lothering sits in the middle of Denerim and Redcliffe. Like, the pipeline connects those two forces, and Redcliffe is one of the more wealthy and well-off forces over on the Orlesian border. And no, I did not, Elizar. I mean, I'm not sure about anything else because the Banorn is to the north, but that would be my other thing. You can't tell me that plenty of the people from the Banorn don't trade through Lothering in order to reach the Imperial Highway. Like, I'm sorry, just look at the I'm staring at a map at it right now. Just look at the geography. That Lothering is beautifully positioned. It's also on the edge of Lake Calenhad. Now, that's possible, Loke. It's possible Lothering has never actually levied its position in order to grow stronger, which is kind of the fault of the locals, if I might be so bold. And now it's a giant stain because the Darkspawn just overran it. But you get my point, right? Lothering arguably should have been, at the very least, a trade hub. Anyway, whatever, moving on. Let's go kill people. Die, monsters! I don't even remember why I'm killing you. That's not true. So the Horde Alliance have already joined in a thing on Warcraft 3, but the Scourge Undead Force have never happened. No. No, 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 no. First of all, let's be very clear. There's no Horde in Warcraft 3. Second of all, let's be very clear. There's no Alliance in Warcraft 3 either. Not really. There's a loose coalition of some of the human kingdoms who have already lost the allegiance of most of the others in the area.
I really must stop.
That was almost too easy. Wait. I recognize that lout.
Ow.
Who is he?
He's in the coterie. One of that damned fool Brekka's men.
Here, I thought you were in on all this.
So your organization is behind this?
We got explicit orders not to. Hubert's been good on his payments. If Brekka ordered this, the rest of his life will be very short and painful.
Yeah, it is despite what Hollywood would let you know, it is bad for business to try and kill your own customers. I know, shocking.
Tell me about this man.
He operates out of the south side. Always had more balls than sense. His lackeys are loyal. Brekka must be involved.
Let's pay Brekka a social call. We've got a lot to talk about.
I've got to be sure first. I know who to lean on to get answers. Find me in the Undercity.
That would work, Mad Overlord. Sorry I didn't respond to you earlier. I was kind of in the middle of something. But yeah, no, I think that would be a good way to have the comms, right? To have other party members be present, which was an issue in Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, I'm pretty sure half the reason I missed out on so much of the Asterian stuff was because of that. We all know the other reason. The other reason was I didn't want to go long rest all over the place. Which I then immediately undid and long rested constantly even when I didn't have to. To no avail. Because, you know, of course. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. It's like, no, that's not good business, but whatever. Nothing? Where is... Ugh, of course.
I understand you are of noble birth.
My father was a chevalier. He had to flee Orlais when his patron was murdered.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't have been suited for the life of an Orlesian noblewoman anyway.
But surely you wish it had been different. To be a lady of Orlais and not a city guardsman.
Not for one moment. I'd rather kill a bandit and save a merchant's family than know the correct dance steps and which rouge is in fashion.
Good day to you, revered mother.
It's chartreuse, by the way. And yeah, honestly, that conversation right there is Sebastian's character in one sentence. Wouldn't you rather be a noble than someone who actually helps people? So, no, Elizar. I know that you're like, oh man, they could totally stop the Scourge, and you're very wrong. No offense. The Scourge run roughshod over everyone for a freaking reason. In fact, one of the problems with the Scourge was they were too good at their job. Even if somehow magically the Night Elves were on another continent and were properly mobilized, along with the remaining Orc forces, Tauren forces, Darkspear trolls, and the remnants of the humans, they would have just provided a much more larger and more tempting target, which would then immediately become converts. You have to remember, the Scourge grows from their enemies. It's kind of the nature of being an undead horde.
That's strange. The door's wide open, and not a single guard posted. This is not the Lady Harriman I remember.
Why are you injured? When did you go down? Why are you terrible? I demand answers to all these questions. Quantum, Estus Flakes, is the easiest answer I could give you. It's not a good answer. Just gonna be real about that. Nah, I don't want any of those. See you around, Elizar. Oh, there's all sorts of things, Czar. The best part is that there's lots of things that real life, I don't want to say loan sharks, but the people who fulfill the same requirements of a loan shark in real life do all kinds of messed up things. First of all, they will go to the authorities. They will say, we have a legal line on this person. They owe us this money. They can try to reach out to your employer. They can try to bilk your funds and resources directly from your paycheck without your knowing. They can try to repossess some of your property. Only a little bit of course, though, because the thing is, they don't actually want you to pay off the debt. They want to keep bilking you for fees and fines and all that kind of fun stuff. So what a loan shark in real life is most likely to do is they'll say, no problem. I know you can't pay it here. Make a payment plan and go ahead and put it down. And in worst case scenarios, this will stretch out a loan from being, like, say, a 1-year loan to being a 10-year loan. That's not an exaggeration. And they will bilk thousands and thousands of dollars in fees and fines and interest as you slowly bleed out, as they kind of continue trying to rip people out of your money, or money out of your people, excuse me. And that's normal, by the way. That's a normal, above-board, legal thing that happens here in the States all the time. Then there's selling debt, which is something I'm not even going to get into, but is a thing, which I could best describe by saying that it involves selling debt. So that's cool.
There is something very wrong in here.
Oh yeah, house counter goes up by 1. I haven't had a lot of those.
More! You lazy son of a bitch! What's taking so long?
Flora?
Why does no one in this house care what I want? More wine, or I swear I will drown you in the dregs.
She doesn't even see us. This is no normal wine.
Dude. Dude, I'm turned around. I'm turned around.
Anything to quell this pounding in my...
More logs. It must be molten. You, more coins. I want every scrap of gold in this house.
Please, Monsieur!
There's nothing to fear. You'll be beautiful. Pour it over her.
Don't! You'll kill her!
Really?
Can't hear me.
Perhaps I should be the one.
We must end this madness.
Yeah, let's kill him before he kills himself. Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, you'll notice these...
This house often as a child. They could not have concealed such goings-on.
You'll notice that the animation, the blocking, the cutscenes has just been noticeably worse in here. That's okay, that's just the Sebastian DLC, don't worry about it. Like, it's actually been decent in this game, in general, and then we get to this.
Lower. Lower.
I beg your pardon, Hawk. I did not mean to expose you to such things.
No apologies necessary.
No. The feather. Use the feather. Where have you been all my life? Today, I am more than a man. Come, felicitate me.
That's a great line. I should use that. Oh, I could get it embroidered on my blouse.
He has no idea we're here. I've known Ruxton Harriman my whole life. He's a complete prude.
That's my kind of prude.
Where's your brother? Let's ask him to join us. You know what they say about a man with big hands?
What, that he has a small dick? Yeah, I've heard that too. What can be happening? First father, now bread. I can't talk to either of them anymore. I don't know what they're drinking, but they're lost in their own little worlds, and Mother doesn't care. Should she even be here? All she talks about is Starkhaven and marrying me off to that idiot Vale. What madness has come over this place? Oh yeah, and I'm just gonna point out the little, like, pseudo-torture device in the middle here. Yep, okay, cool. We're good, we're good. Moving on.
You the naughty apprentice, and I'll be the Templar torturer.
The what?
I have the manacles right here.
Okay. No, hang on. We gotta give all the negatives, Evo. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to talk to you about, Evo. Yay, you brought up something else and I just remembered. Took me a minute, but I remembered. Oof. When we do the DLCs, you know the ones, the Assassin one and the Legacy one. I don't know, Mizuno. So here's the bottom line. We can do the DLCs in Act 3 and essentially count the DLCs as part of Act 3. Or we can not do that. And that really is what that boils down to. I'm okay with doing it when we hit Act 3. But what that does mean is that the score is going to go down even further than I already thought it was going to be the moment we hit Act 3. If everybody feels okay with that, then I'm okay with that too. I will admit, there's no good time to do the DLCs, because it's episodic. So the only real time we have to do them is before we beat the game.
Turn back. There is nothing here for you.
Odd. When we watched you being a drunken ass, you ignored us completely.
You shall not enter.
I mean, historically speaking, Lord Harriman, that does tend to fare out. But you know what? You've convinced me, Evo. Let's do all the Drek in one nice big happy block. Or maybe the DLCs will be good, I don't know. Only one way to tell.
Demons, temptresses. We must see what greater evil they were protecting. A ruin, so close to Hightown. I remember no such thing.
Yeah, I'm not even going to talk about the geography involved here. Yeah. Well, like I said, I have no specific memories of the DLCs being good or bad, to be very blunt. I'm just going off of the fact that DLCs usually lower the score of a game, like just happened in Origins. Is there anything positive that Sebastian brings to the game, gameplay or story-wise? No. Oh gosh, that's a good question. Like I said, Evo, not even going to try to discuss the geography of this. You know what? That's fair, Lord Harriman. So let's see. It actually is kind of a hellmouth, but they do explain it very clearly. This place used to be a slave city of Tevinter. Like, honestly, that is sufficient explanation by itself. There are multiple reports that the veil is thin here, and then the Tevinter made it thinner.
Let's finish this.
Anyways, so. Majority of BioWare DLC is at net negative. So Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, I do like Lair of the Shadow Broker, but at the same time, I think we kind of came up with like a net neutral in Mass Effect 2's overall DLC score. Yes, Crazy Norse. This is where they shipped slaves. And shipped in and out, I should explain. This is a slave hub. Also has things like that. Yeah, because I like Lair of the Shadow Broker, but then Arrival was... Now, Mass Effect 3 had the Citadel, but it also had Leviathan. And that's honestly as good as it gets. Overlord was interesting. Better than I thought it would be, that's for certain. Friendship points triple lost, Evo. The only thing that'll make up for that is a giant thing of Reese's. That was good. Oh, thank you, Evo. No, I mean, you're fine, Mad Overlord. I do not like Sebastian, and I'm trying to swallow that for the sake of the review, like I did with Carver. Oh, I forgot to write down Carver, speaking of which. Holy crap. They actually did. I would absolutely give you some Reese's if you were here, Sovacom. Just... And Javik, you know, that's another good example. So it's... Shale was also a DLC character while we're on the subject. But then there was Golems of Amgarak. Like, I honestly think BioWare just does this. Alright, hang on. Let's make a DLC. Oh, that one sucks. Okay, hang on. Okay, that one was good. Yes, water. We are romancing the woman with the giant rack. Don't worry, I swear she's actually a good character, and that's why we're doing it. Which one? Yes, we're romancing our mother. Alright, perfect. I'll be right back.
I'll deal with it. If we kill them, we get their stuff.
We did it. Woo! Ow. Yeah, it's another thing. Could someone do me a weird favor and look up when exactly EA's acquisition of BioWare went through? Oh, yeah, you can tell this is DLC because this isn't one of the repeated zones. 2008. That sounds about right. Part of the reason I ask is because, starting with Dragon Age Origins, which came out after that, BioWare has this wonderful tendency to design a character who's clearly central or interesting or otherwise relevant, and then, you know, lock them behind DLC. And they've done that pretty much since Dragon Age Origins. Now, Sebastian doesn't count because he's a nobody, but I think he's kind of the exception here. Game. 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 This is new.
Starkhaven will not submit. I put that idiot Goran Vale into the prince's seat, but the other families won't heed him. I must marry him to Flora and solidify our hold. But I need more power.
I've given you much. Your desires run deep. You've already traded your husband and your children. What more can you offer?
At the Blooming Rose, 50 silver's standard for a hall.
You'll hardly find my services standard.
Who is this? Who are you? How did you get here? Sebastian!
You were my mother's friend. How could you murder her?
Such an ugly word. I prefer remove the only obstacle between her and her dreams.
This was your idea.
I could create such desires if I wished. But it's far easier to nurture those that already exist. The desire for power is easy to find. You and your friend both possess it, do you not? You both wish to rise.
Are you, like, really stupid?
I will hear no more from you.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're doing this now. I'll be over here.
Let us return to the Chantry. I must pray for Lady Harriman's soul.
Nah, she's fine. There's probably no afterlife in this setting. So she's probably just, you know, dead. I personally have never encountered anybody who likes Sebastian.
Let us return to the Chantry.
You already said that.
Sebastian, I am so sorry.
Yeah, I'm romancing her, see.
Inadequate word. When I think what Mother made us do, what those creatures made us do.
We were friends, Flora.
It was like a cloud came down on me. All I could feel or think was what the demon allowed.
Did your mother order the attack on Sebastian's family?
She did. You know Mother, Sebastian. She was always jealous of your parents. The demon twisted that until it was all she could think of. She was determined to seize Starkhaven for herself.
Was your mother a mage? How did she find this demon?
We've never had magic in our line. Perhaps that made Mother too confident. She thought she could deal with the demon and not fall prey to it. Those ruins there were unearthed when we expanded the house. Mother found the demon inside. I think she had signed her bargain before we even knew.
Don't blame your mother. The Desire Demon made this happen.
I doubt many people will be so forgiving. If it takes every last coin my family owns, I will make reparations to everyone we've wronged. Starting with you, Sebastian. We weren't the only ones vying for Starkhaven. If you face more opposition, you have my support.
It will not make up for what happened.
No, that's true.
I'll tell you when I need you.
So, I've been streaming for the better part of 11, 12 years at this point. Over a decade. And there's a really common trend. If I say something, and then I say something along the lines of, nobody's ever such and such, or everybody's always such and such, someone invariably jumps in chat to contradict me. Now, usually I think that that's just someone who's trying to be contradictory because it's funny or amusing or whatever. Like, for example, if I say, no one's ever liked Sylvanas as a character right now, Mr. Ed's going to jump in and say, Sylvanas is awesome. It's very normal. But I find it funny that I just said out loud that I've never known anybody to like Sebastian. And nobody contradicted me on that. That's sad. Like, there are plenty of characters that I don't care for, and I'll say, and then somebody will be like, no, I like them. I mean, here, I hear some crazy people even like Baldur's Gate 3.
But I added your husband's name to the memorial wall in the chantry.
Wesley? But you never knew him.
He was a Templar. He refused to abandon the people of Ferelden to the Blight. He died too young. The Grand Cleric will read his name during the Chant of Remembrance.
Thank you. That is very kind.
He walks with the Maker. But it is no shame for those left behind to mourn.
Thanks. No, Ventures, that does not count. That's true, I do love getting kicked in the balls. Oof! Stop kicking me in the nuts! Sorry,
We're here to serve the Maker, sir. What are you here for?
You know, frankly, I would say Myri is a better character than Sebastian. And I'm not joking. Like, I'm not saying that as a funny thing. I think Myri is a more interesting character than Sebastian.
I had hoped prayer might cleanse me of the Desire Demon's touch. But I still hear her voice so clearly. I feel like I've bathed in filth that will never come off.
Wash behind the ears. Evil usually gets stuck there.
The demon didn't lie. I used to be bitterly jealous of my brother. I wanted to be prince. Now everything he had is mine. And he lies in ashes. I keep asking myself, do I want this because it's right? Or simply to have what I never thought I could?
Yep. Do me a favor. Wake me when you're done.
Aren't you your parents' heir?
I'm the youngest son of 3. My parents were rather traditional. They wanted the heir and the spare, and I was left in the cold. They put me in the chantry to prevent my competing with my brothers.
I mean, that makes sense, yeah.
You seem very dedicated to the Chantry. You were put there against your will?
Oh, my neck.
At first. But it was the best thing that could have happened. I was a wild boy, a shame to my family. The Chantry made me a man. It's odd. When I wanted to rule, I would have been terrible at it. Now that I might be decent, I don't know if it's the right thing to do.
You must take Fuck your land. Also, no!
It's the wisdom not to want power that lets you use it wisely.
You didn't feel what that demon stirred in me.
And I don't want to. You keep that to yourself, Sebastian, okay?
Doubt in my heart. I owe you more than I can say, Hawk. I will offer my service to you here before I move on.
And we can romance him, which we are not doing.
Killing a few hundred more bandits ought to help you make up your mind.
You do have a unique way of working out your inner struggles, Hawk. Enough of this. I will make no decision today.
I think this is yours.
My grandfather's bow, but where did you get it?
One of the Flint Company men did some looting. I figured I'd return the favor.
Thank you. It's hard to mourn the loss of a thing while my family lies dead. But I did think of it.
What's the story behind that bow?
As the youngest son, it was my place to lead Starkhaven's militia. But I never had a talent for swordplay. Too much getting hit. My grandfather said the bow is the wise man's weapon. You can defend your city without opening its gates. Grandfather said the day I could pull the string on his bow, it would be mine.
Then why didn't you have it with you?
I was 13 when my grandfather made me that promise. I would rise at dawn to practice my shots until I could hit the eye slit of a helmet from the top of the ramparts. But my parents pledged me to the chantry before I could show him.
You can't shoot your family at a charging bandit and stop him dead between the eyes.
Do you hold nothing sacred, Hawk?
No.
Still, I'll stop dwelling on what can't be fixed and appreciate this gift you found for me. I look forward to testing it.
So anyways, you can romance Sebastian if you are female, you are not in a romance with anyone else, you have not flirted with anybody else, which means 0 heart options. You also have to have 100% rivalry or friendship with him. Keep in mind he's a late character.
I notice you talk about vulgar things quite a bit.
Do you want me to stop? Do I make you uncomfortable?
It was just an observation, really.
It's a bad habit I picked up spending years with foul-mouthed pirates. Pirates only care about a small number of very specific things. The sea, strong drink, and booty. Both kinds.
And you have to kill, whatever his name is, Srenda. You have to do all that. If you do all that, then and only then can you romance Jackass Boy. You know what? Fair, Lord Harriman. God, I don't even know. Savacom.
Don't let them get away!
Qunari, one of Lily's friends.
Lily was one of ours. She was working for you, and now she's dead. You get one chance. Did you kill her?
Lily didn't die by my hand. Someone else did this.
Explain yourself.
Present minor misunderstandings aside, I believe our purposes are the same. One of the scum that attacked my caravans worked for someone in the coterie named Brecker. Lily said she'd look into it. I think Brecker had her killed.
Brecker, If you're lying, I'll find you. Men, we have to get to the bottom of this. Now.
Okay. You know, I think I've seen that flirt option, Lord Harriman. I don't even remember where it is off the top of my head. I've just seen it.
You're selling the assets of Javaris Tintop?
We are. Limited district, limited contracts. Keeps territory clear and separate from the start. He had a meager lot, but he's skipped with dues outstanding. So up it goes.
Sounds like he's made a few friends. Can one of them point me his way?
Ask that about anyone else, I'd have you thrown out. This one, he owes me too. Javaris left in a hurry. I'd put him at Smuggler's Cut if he's avoiding patrols. It empties at a cave outside town. Tell him I said, don't come back.
There's no way this Javaris stole from the Qunari. That's hard. I've heard.
Smooth.
Turn.
Bye, Evo. And we never heard from her again. Warehouse. Yeah, let's set up this trap. There we go. You know my favorite thing about these warehouses? They're brown. Brings back all that nostalgia for Dragon Age Origins, you know? Mass Effect Brown Edition. You know what? That's a good point, Lord Harriman. Gotta get our little pieces of home wherever we can. I mean, I've heard people who get nostalgia for all sorts of weird things, so what the hell do I know?
You must be Brecker.
And you're that lice-covered refugee.
You'd better leave the bone pit shipments alone. Understand?
You're making demands of me.
Yeah.
You own half a stake in a mine and you think you're somebody, huh?
Yeah.
Some Fereldans don't have the courtesy of knowing when to bloody die.
Oh, so you're a nationalist. Oh, okay. Well, I can fix that. I actually have the cure for that right in my back pocket. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, everyone. It's not dirt.
I can't take credit for this. Walk out from it.
Yeah, I knocked over a dragon to claim that mine. Do you really think I'm just gonna sit here and like
I can't do that.
let you do whatever you're doing here? What the hell, game? Isabella, can you open this?
Would you also like me to make pigs fly?
Of course not. Okay. This is being weird. I mean, Ferelden is A, a new nation, and B, considered a low nation. That is to say, a commoner nation. So yeah, pretty much every nation looks down on them. Either that or they have too many things going on in their own country, and so they don't give a damn. They can pick.
Sorry.
What have I done now? You look like you wish to scold me.
I just can't fathom why you're still in Kirkwall. For 6 years you've been claiming you'll retake your parents' lands. You're smart. You'd be a capable ruler. What are you waiting for?
I don't know if it's the right thing to do.
Do we ever get to know that?
Yeah, he's also wishy-washy as hell. I think someone already mentioned that, but it bears repeating. Yeah, I was also going to say, we probably shouldn't have that dialogue yet, but yeah, whatever. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, he'd be a great ruler. Wink.
I found the thieves responsible for the cargo thefts. I put them out of business.
Excellent. With that resolved, the mine's profits will soar. For now, partner, please be sure to visit our workers occasionally. You have a knack for keeping them happy.
Sure.
I used to be like you know.
You used to be a woman?
No.
That explains a lot.
My family put me in the chantry because I was giving them a bad name. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. I found peace. I found a purpose. Before I came here, I used to be out to all hours. Drinking, whoring. I didn't believe in anything except my own pleasure.
Why couldn't I have met you then?
I mean, honestly, that might have been more interesting character, but, you know. Moving on. I think I've made my points on that clear. I'm gonna let go on it now.
Hawk, I've got some news. You might not want to be near anything breakable when I tell you, though.
Why don't I buy you a pint and we'll talk?
You just keep making this harder. Although I won't say no to a pint, if you're buying. I've had an ear out for Bartrand. After the deep roads, he ran to Ravane, probably because he knew I couldn't track him. But I hear he might be back in Kirkwall. He called in loans from a few of his contacts in Hightown.
Wait, what? Why?
Was he staying in Hightown, or just passing through?
If my information is good, and it's always good, he has a house there. Which gives us a good shot at having a word with my dear sweet brother.
How are you holding up, Varric?
Me? My no-account backstabbing brother is practically in arm's reach. I couldn't be better.
Would Bartrand really risk coming back here?
I think we both know by now that Bartrand would risk anything for money. There's a much better market here for that trinket he stole. And all his contacts are in Kirkwall.
I've really missed Bartrand. We've got a lot of catching up to do.
I agree. Bianca's been missing him something awful. Let's stop by his new house. Welcome him back to the neighborhood and all that.
Those Qunari are still waiting for a ship. Can you believe it? What's it been now? 4 years? But...
I mean, that would be cool, Mr. Red. But that would involve him having, you know, a character arc, and we can't have that. It's forbidden.
I brought you something. It's shiny and subversive. I thought you'd like it.
You got me a gift? I hardly think I've done anything to deserve that. Is it a... That's a Tevinter Chantry amulet. Do you want me to get executed? It's sacrilege to wear those in any land under the Divine.
Here I thought you fight for mages' rights. Whoever's bad side that puts you on.
I like it. Maybe not on the outside of my clothes. I'm not that eager to face the hangman's noose. But I appreciate the thought. I've never really thought about what life would be like in the Tevinter Chantry. In the Circle, they make it sound like the Void itself. The Black Divine stalking Thedas, making it unsafe for kittens and virgins.
I haven't noticed too many of either in Kirkwall.
And fewer every day, I suspect. I appreciate the gift. Perhaps one day I can return one as meaningful.
Okay. Let's do a good quest, shall we? Still doing side quests. Dragon Age 2. Side quests. You know how the Dragon Age games almost always have a subtitle? That would be this one. It wouldn't be Kirkwall. It would be side quest. The question is this the quest I think it is or not?
I think this is Bartrand's place.
God damn it.
Barrack will want to check this out.
Then let me switch the party member on the fly. Dragon Age Hazelmere. Hazelmere. Mare. That's 6. Yeah, Exodus was the original idea, but also probably because...
Thugs and their gangs. Always around at night, but there's good coin in getting rid of them.
But that's keep in mind, the original version of this game had a much longer portion of the game happening in Ferelden. Leaving Ferelden was supposed to be Act 1 instead of the prologue.
Bartrand really hasn't done much with this place, has he?
I don't get it. My sources saw people making deliveries here just a week ago. This looks like it's been empty for months.
You think he put the cobwebs up to discourage tax collectors?
Well, you're thinking it's a trap. Great. It's been ages since my brother tried to kill me.
Yeah, this is it.
So that's how you greet your brother, is it, Bartrand? Fine. Say hello, Bianca.
Die, monsters.
I'll take you all. Bartrand! I'm coming for you, you nut-humping bastard! You want a piece of me? I'll take you all. Bartrand! I'm coming for you, you nut-humping bastard! That was beautiful! I'll take you all. Let's dance, you sons of bitches! You're gonna regret this! Bartrand! I'm coming for you, you nut-humping bastard! Can't give him an inch! I'll take you all! You're pathetic! You want a piece of me?
God dang it.
I'll take you all! I'll tear you apart! Let's dance, you sons of bitches!
I may never get on our bad side.
Oh, Varric, please forgive me, my brother. I was just jealous of you. How could I ever compete with you for Mother's love?
You're strong and handsome, and so very smart. What?
Why lie now about this? What have you to gain?
What do you want from me? I broke in, I found my brother, and it was awkward. Family business.
No. I think there's more to it.
Fine. You want the gory details? I'll give you the gory details.
Yeah, I was about to... I'm giving this a positive, obviously. That's how you use a framing device properly. It is, in my opinion, the only time in the entire game they actually use the framing device. And the best part is this quest is awesome, because obviously that was silly and ridiculous and fun, but also because this is a big character moment for Varric. Of course he's going to obfuscate about this whole situation. He doesn't want to talk about this. He doesn't even want to acknowledge what happened here, right? As he just kind of said, as an aside to Cassandra, it was, I found my brother, it was awkward, moving on. It really does, RRC. Let's start getting some of his really big stuff here. There we go.
These corpses aren't even stiff yet, Hawk. Somebody's been in here today. What did my brother do to these men? They were completely out of their heads.
Yeah, so we can see... I've already talked about this. Red lyrium can be concentrated, but it also can affect things in an area because, well, duh, I suppose. So simply being in the employ of Bartrand has already screwed with these people. There's a fun job. Hey, come defend me. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, in very, very basic terms, equipping it does X. Let me say that differently. Simply being near it does X to you, but equipping it does X plus Y, right? So, you know, that sucks. Yeah, we actually understand Red Lyrium better simply because it's shown up more. Go figure. The blue Lyrium turns you into Sandal. No, really, that's about the extent of what we know on that one. Yes, that's right. Blue Lyrium turns you into the Maker. Now, what's really funny is what happens to the previous Maker. Hey, there we go. Well, no, Venters. We know pretty definitively what Red Lyrium is. I'm just not discussing it yet because that's not revealed until Inquisition. So, keeping our usual policy of future spoilers.
Bartrand, what have you done?
So what do you do with the choice in this quest? What's your preference? Interestingly enough, we don't have Anders, because I brought Sebastian like an idiot. Whoops. Oh well. Who needs that extra dialogue, am I right? Listen, we gotta bring Sebastian to prove just how great of a character he really is.
Varric? Is that you? Praise the ancestors.
Hold up. I know this man. He's Bartrand's steward. Hugin, what happened here?
Varric, your brother. That statue he brought out of the deep roads. Bartrand said it sang to him, even after he sold it. I've been hiding in here, but the guards, they're like crazed animals. I didn't dare go past them. Everyone in this house has gone mad.
What did he do to the guard to turn them to this?
He's been forcing them to eat lyrium. Some of the servants, he cut pieces off them while they were still alive. He says he's trying to help them hear the song. Please stop him.
Bartrand's not exactly a nice guy, but this doesn't sound like my brother.
You said he sold the statue. To who?
I don't know. It's why we came back to Kirkwall. He was already starting to rant about the sodding idol and his singing. On his better days, he hated the thing. Wanted to get rid of it. But the minute it was gone, he got worse.
I haven't seen anyone alive in here except for guards. What happened to the rest of the staff?
I don't know what Bartrand did to them. By the ancestors, the sounds coming from his study. They're dead by now. I hope.
What do you mean you hope they're dead?
Just whoever, whatever you find in that room. Varric, give them a merciful death.
I assume you mean he's crazy, not just very upset.
He's hearing things, seeing things, talking to someone who's not there. That's when he's feeling good. Bartrand took the servants and locked himself inside the study. No one's come out for days. And those sodding lunatics just keep prowling the halls.
Then we go in after him. Come on, Hawk. Let's finish this.
Sing the song for me!
Call me weird, I think they actually did have an idea of what Ridleyderm was, even here. Because the effect that it does line up perfectly with what we find out what it is. We find out that it is.
I can't hear it anymore. I just need to hear the song again. Just for a minute. Stop saying that! I know I shouldn't have sold the idol to that woman. It was a mistake!
Oh yeah, why did Meredith buy it to begin with?
Get a hold of yourself. Do you know where you are? Do you know what you've done?
Varric, you'll help me, won't you, little brother? Help me find it again. You were always a good one.
Help you? Bartrand, you left me to die. You left all your men to die. And for what? Some trinket? Look at yourself. Look at what you've done to the men and women who served you. Where's your nobility, brother? Where's your dwarven honor?
He doesn't look so good. I'm not sure he even knows we're here.
I didn't come here just to leave without telling my brother he's a filthy nuglicker and demanding some answers. Why'd you do it, Bartrand? Were you already crazy before we even went into the deep roads? Or was it all the statue?
Idol.
Not a statue. It wants to be worshipped. It wants me. It wants me back. She stole it from me. For this.
Who did you sell the idol to, Bartrand?
She glittered like the sun, but her heart was ice.
You can just say it's Meredith, we get it.
Not like I did.
So good to know we can count on you for the clear answers.
For 3 years, all I've wanted is to look him in the eye and get his answers. Why he abandoned us in that Tig. What any of this was for. I guess there's nothing he could say that would make it right.
So what do you think? Do we brutally, horrifically murder him? While torturing him slowly? By forcing him to do the hinterlands? Coin says to kill. What do you think? I don't remember off the top of my head, Loner. That's true, we could send him to the hinterlands and just abandon them there. Yes. To be tortured by the worst game. Oh, sorry. I mean, let's be very clear. Killing him is like a mercy killing situation. But just to try it.
Look at him. There's nothing you can do to him worse than this.
No. I've been counting the days until I could put a bolt in his conniving little brain.
Alright.
It's not just us. Look what he did out there. How many more people will die for his folly?
He has to be stopped. There are other ways than murder.
Fine. We'll have to lock him away somewhere. I'll send somebody to get him. Come on, Hawk. The sooner we get out of this house, the better.
Friendship with Sebastian. Sweet! That's exactly what I wanted.
Barry! I can't hear the song and...
Yet better dead than red. Wait. It's okay. We're helping that one elven woman. We can help Bartrand. That leaves us with 2. Yeah, I think you're right, Lord Harriman. Still a good scene.
Did you need something, Varric?
A stiff drink, maybe. I feel like I've been kicked by a horse. You'd think being left for dead in the deep roads would have prepared me for Bartrand going nuts. But it really didn't.
Look at the bright side. You can spend the rest of your days as a caretaker for a murderous lunatic.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. You're a real ray of sunshine. I'll deal with Bartrand somehow. Make her that'll be even more of a joy than it used to be. I still can't believe what he did in that house. It's one thing to walk away and leave us to die, but that...
Come on, Varric. Let's go drink until we can't see straight. That'll make you feel better.
Aw, that's sweet. But watching you get sick won't cheer me up. Much. Anyway, thank you. I'll keep looking into who bought that blighted statue. At the very least, they need to be warned about what happened.
If Anders is there, they try to figure out if he's been possessed by a demon or something similar. But it doesn't really work out. And so then he tries to temporarily heal him in order to heal his brain, heal his mind. Which, yeah. That should be it. Other than the main story quest. Perfect. For the moment, we haven't even unlocked anybody else's companion quest yet. Let's go follow through on the Arishoks. Courtesy. Cave. No, it's fine, Tara. We've got to keep Sebastian. We have to keep him. You don't understand. He's so great. I spent $15 on this guy. We have to keep him. Yeah, that's funny. He didn't have any dialogue, but we got friendship with Sebastian. So, yay, I suppose. Yeah, we don't even have haste. We don't even have haste from actors. It's fine, Tara. It's fine. Everything's fine. He's gonna be worth it. He's gonna be so great. He's gonna have unicorns and puppies and kittens. He's gonna give me 15 pluses to story for being just the greatest character in the game. Because I spent $15 on him. That's what makes a good character, right? Right? I certainly didn't buy the best game I've ever played for $5 before. Actually, 3 of the best games I've ever played I bought for $5 each. I did, Mr. Red. Final Fantasy VI, Mega Man X1, and Zelda LTTP. Hi, comics anime. I was gonna say, Undertale's like, what, 20, 25, something like that? But listen, we've got to charge 70, okay? It's the only way that those poor, starving yacht buyers will ever be able to buy another yacht. I mean, could you imagine the indignity of having a yacht that's 2 feet shorter than Bill's yacht from down in accounting? But you know what? Yeah. Why play any of the games I just mentioned? Mega Man X1, Legend of Zelda Link to the Past, Final Fantasy VI, and Undertale, when we could have Sebastian in our party. You know, honestly, Savakam, and I mean this with sincerity, if the money that, you know, they charge for things like DLCs or ticket price or whatever, you know, the $70 thing, actually went to the developers, it wouldn't bother me as much. At that point, it's more of like a, okay, I want to support this team because they did good stuff. Here you go. Boop. And to be clear, there are examples of that, usually in the indie scene, but still. Mega Man X1 can be very hard if you don't do it optimally. If you don't agree with that, do me a favor, replay it sometime. And do Armored Armadillo stages first, before you have the dash or any weapons. Having said that, I do love that game to death, don't mistake me. No, exactly, Tara. I'm with you. In magical fantasy land, where the money we pay for a game actually goes to the developers, that's awesome. And again, it is true in the cases of some indies. Not even all indies, just some indie developers. Because some indie developers have publishers, which they have deals with.
That any way to greet an old friend?
You? Granny's garters, she would hire you. I can't buy a break on discount. You know what? Go ahead. Take my head and pike it back to that sodding elf. I need the rest.
Elf?
What in blazes are you talking about?
But you don't know? Then what? You're tracking for the Qunari? Then she did it. That elf got them after me for nothing. Bitch born.
Him being our man would be a trifle too easy.
Look, I'm minding business, same old. Then out of the blue, some elf tries to kill me. Says she's got the Qunari powder and I'm her cover. I slipped her, hired some bodyguards, and ran for it. And now you're here. Great.
I mean, that's my point, Estus Flakes. It's a lot more complicated than just the company that pays their paychecks makes the money, right? Maybe they get bonuses for selling very well. Maybe they just continue to keep having their daily paycheck for having put out a game that's successful. Oh, it varies. It varies very wildly, which is why I just kind of mentally eject the whole thing and just move on. The idea of buying a game to support devs is something I generally don't buy into because it's very rarely that cut and dry.
So far, all I see is you.
Leaving the other person behind is the first step in running away. Sorry if that's inconvenient. Here. Want to drag Dark into light? I had a man follow her. The elf's in Lowtown. I just want to get out with my dead guards. Thanks for that.
I don't know what do you think. Should we kill him? He's very stupid. Or should we let the coin decide? The most expensive game I've ever bought? Probably Europa Universalis 4. I have all the DLC for that game. I know that's not really what you were thinking, but you added the DLC things, so... I mean, I know people who justify buying loot boxes and microtransactions because they're supporting the dev, which... fine. You can live.
Sounds like you have a long way to go, hopefully.
Right. Got me a rosy future to plan out. Think I'll start by selling some boots. Sodding bunch of... Take a long breath on a short shaft, you blasted dog-lord inroaders.
You're welcome. Let's finish looting really quick here. I know it's great, isn't it, Mad Overlord?
What a mess of mud and blood. No resale value at all. Hire cheap guards, Hawk kills them. Hire good guards, Hawk kills them. Upside, I don't have to pay them. Is this a wedding ring? That's sad. People always want a set. These guys brothers or something? Cookie cutter. Half a locket. A hidden story of love and loss. My life has purpose again. Wait, no, here's the other half. Must have hired a couple. Wonder if the children look like them. Well, before. Why can't I get his boots off? They're right there. Why can't I get his boots off? They're right there.
I mean, I will freely admit I've spent money on games that have what I would call predatory practices before, specifically to support the game in question. I'm not even particularly apologetic about that. I just don't think any of that money actually directly goes to the devs, because, again, that's just not how that works. Oh, and if you're wondering, that would be Star Trek Online and Guild Wars 2. Ugh. Okay. Sorry, Meryl. I need your place to change party members. There we go. I know, right?
I can't fight the damned air. You want to live? Stay out.
Yes, stay out. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait. Messer Hawk. Maker, please. The street is death. There was a cloud that drove people mad, and now a seeping mist that kills. All I can do is warn people. If someone like you dies on my watch, I'm right stuffed.
Easy, son. Keep your post. This is my risk.
But... shit.
My throat burns. We must find the source.
This should do the trick on those barrels.
You're gonna regret this!
This encounter can suck, by the way. I mean, that's how every RPG is, Sub-Zero. The main quest sits there until you get to it, so we go do optional stuff. If the developers don't want that, then they shouldn't add optional stuff. Make it like a JRPG where there's only main quest. Primarily main quest. Thankfully, we're immune to the more negative effects of this gas. That's cool. Come on. No, no, not over here. Right here. No, no. Oh my god. Loot the goddamn latch. There we go. That's what I just... okay. Of course, because this entire game is padded to hell and back, this couldn't just be a one-and-done encounter. You have to just sit here and slog through 4 waves of enemies. Which really makes me wonder how many mercenaries are willing to take this job and sit here in this gas, waiting for people trying to get rid of the gas. Like, whatever. Dwarf, Mr. Red. Dwarf.
Poison got the thieves.
They deserve their fates.
No kidding, Terra. Yeah, shouldn't Kirkwall's population be going down by quite a bit? Hey, Colgrim. The only champion I've ever known was a human. Runekeeper's elf, of course. After that, eh. Oh, you're right. The city was vigorously replenishing its population supply during the time skips. Really like how hard it is to click on that thing. There we go. Hi.
So, your fault, I presume?
Is that Sirrah Hawk? You have enemies. I'm glad it's you, really. These poor people. You are a much better target.
So, Care to explain your particular brand of crazy?
Qunari take my people. My siblings forget their culture, then go to the Qun for purpose. We're losing them twice. So I get some help from your people. We'll take the Qunari thunder, make some accidents, and make them hate it. But this is all wrong.
You were going to kill people anyway. That's not funny at all, really.
It can still work. They're hidden in your city. They'll enrage the faithful and make sure the Qunari are blamed. Me, I'm finished. I just need a few more bodies. A few more.
So yeah, I was right. This is wave 5. Just 5 waves of the same enemies in this one spot. And that's not counting if we double up, like you kill them all and then another wave spawns before we do, like, another barrel. So that would make this the 7th wave, which I believe is our current record for a single encounter. If another wave spawns, that'll be 8.
How you right and wrong.
Oh, absolutely, Terra. I mean, holy crap. I mean, as was pointed out earlier, Despair Demons weren't invented yet. That's why they aren't swarming all over the place here. Ah, that's a good point, Dexius. So, that went well. What do you mean, Colgrim? For real, though. I don't know. I suppose it's because my... So I have 24 Constitution. He doesn't matter. She is 14. He is 16. I guess it's just because I brought the no Constitution crew. That's probably why. Yeah, fine, whatever. I can't. I'm out of water. I saw it earlier. I'm physically incapable of drinking, and I'm like 10 minutes from the cutoff anyways. Let's bring Sebastian to this encounter. Surely he'll have something to say.
Go ahead. I have something I should do.
I'll put it off if that's what you want, but I need a reason.
It's nothing, really. I'm sure we have plenty to do, and I don't want to interrupt too much.
Well, okay. I guess we won't turn you over. I guess. Come on. God damn it, he leveled too.
Enter if you must.
I know, Doom Rider, but I was tired of sitting on his ability point. That's... just screw it. Fine. Whatever. Get off my screen.
I was wrong about our thief.
You'll get used to it.
They say we were careless with our trap, that this is our fault. But even without the Sarkamech, there would have been death. This elf was determined to lay blame at our feet. Selfishness, want, denial. How do you allow this to continue?
If you dislike Kirkwall so much, why haven't you left?
Since we arrived, I have seen nothing but greed and weakness. Dwarves, humans, elves, just festering. No order, no goal. You are one of the few I have met with any ability. And yet this too was random, a result of selfishness. I cannot fathom how a mire like this can be justified. You say we should leave, but how can you bear to stay in this chaos?
I agree. It's a mess.
But you don't see that as a problem?
I see it as an opportunity, and I intend to take full advantage.
Karisten are soldiers. The Qun made it so. They can never vary from that assigned path, never be other than they are meant to be. But they are free to choose within that role, to accept and succeed, or deny and die. Glory is clear and defined. It is an undeniable certainty. What full advantage can you take without that authority?
Sorry, I find myself distracted by deny and die.
And yet you accept the random violence that plagues this nation. I wonder if the weaker of your citizens would be so close to certainty. Your kind may force our role to change, if the Qun demands.
Why aren't you more concerned about her supporters?
Our enemies strike from shadow because they cannot stand before us. This is not a revelation. And it doesn't matter. I am not here to fight. I am here to satisfy a demand you cannot understand.
It's taking long enough.
It will take as long as needed. No ship is coming. There is no rescue from duty to the Qun. I am stuck here.
Now, I'm going to pause to go ahead and mention that the Arishok is kind of awesome. You'll notice how he's very well written. You could tell they've spent a lot of time on him. You could tell how much being here bothers him. I understand completely. I hate Kirkwall. And he just... There's two things pushing him here. First, we have earned some of his respect. Although he does reveal a few things, even if you hadn't been gaining respect points. You need 4 total to really get everything. But the other thing is he's getting angry. He hates it here. And this is so easy to understand. All you have to do is think about someplace you really, really don't want to be. Maybe it's because of the temperature, or maybe it's because of the company, or maybe it's because of the smell. Like, you ever walk into one of those scented incense shops and it's just headache-inducing? That's a thing for me. It may or may not be a thing for you. But you get my point. He hates it here. And it's so relatable. Even if we don't relate to him specifically, we can understand in an abstract. Yeah, this city of thugs and scum and blood mages and desperation and fear and pain and death is just an anathema to this guy. And so it starts pushing him. And yeah, that line, "There is no ship coming. I am stuck here. There's no rescue from the duty to the Qun." And he's just, it's true, but he hates it. And he's just staring at it like, ah! And of course, the worst part of it all is the very thing, the thing that gives him so much certainty and that causes him to hate and revile his position here is the very thing that is forcing him to just kind of put up with it. Because the whole point of the Qun, especially if you believe in it, is that you have a purpose, and that's your purpose, right? That's your place. You have a specific spot within the machine, right? I don't mean that as an insult. I personally hate the Qun, but no insult, no bias, no perspective. You are this particular lever. You are this particular cog. You are this particular wheel. You are this particular piston. Everybody is that one part of the overall machine. So he can't do anything about all this, because that's not his purpose. That's not his job. The Qun has demanded that he come here to get the frickin' book back from Isabella. Thanks for that, Isabella. That's it. And you'll notice he has that random thing. I wonder if the weaker of your people would be willing to accept this. And there's this wonderful line, and I don't know if we'll get it. It's actually my favorite quote in the entire game. "It is not the demand of the Qun that I fix your problems for you, and you should be grateful!" And he's raged because he wants to so badly to do anything about this, right? And the actor sells it. This is why the Arishok is so awesome, and why he is an unabashed positive to story.
That is not the understanding of city leaders and their supporters.
Let them rot. Filth stole from us. Not now, not the Sarkamek. Years ago. A simple act of greed has bound me. We are all denied Parvolin until I alone recover what was lost under my command. That is why this elf and her shadows are unimportant. That is why I do not simply walk from this pustule of a city. Fixing your mess is not the demand of the Qun, and you should all be grateful! Thank you, human, for your service. Leave.
He's on the edge. The Viscount should know.
Yep. So do I think he breaks because of his anger? Yeah. I think that sitting here and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and keep in mind, it's such a perfect storm. Because it's, you have to understand, the Qun and the Arishok do not give a crap about Kirkwall. They're not here to convert. They're not here to spread the religion. They're just here to find this goddamned book. That's all they care about. But simply by existing here, they have introduced a political dice roll to the whole city. We've got all the desperate refugees, which are still trying to get back on their feet. We've got... Kirkwall is already kind of a politically antagonistic city. Lots of internecine conflict. We've got the fact that this is a strong chantry city with a strong Templar presence, both of which are challenged by the mere existence of the Qun. And then we've got the actual zealots. Everything I've been saying here is mostly political, but then we've got the actual zealots who fervently believe that the Qun and their kind are a stain and blah, blah, blah. You have so many people, for so many reasons, pushing and prodding and provoking and joining and doing everything that they can simply by virtue of the fact that the Qun is here. Not doing anything. Not provoking, not reaching out. All they're doing is looking for that damn book. And yet, their mere presence causes all of this mess. And it makes so much sense that the Qunari would snap. It really does. Because all it takes is pushing that one sore spot over and over and over and over and over. And reminder, this city already bugs the crap out of the Arishok. But keep in mind, nobody's leaving it lie. Nobody's just being like, yeah, okay. Nobody's just, okay, we're going to leave you alone. I mean, the whole reason this whole quest starts is because the Viscount, and Lord Harriman asked me a question about this I never actually got to answer. The Viscount is kind of up against a wall on this because he has to respond to the Qun, but he has to be very careful about it because any political act he takes for or against the Qunari is going to provoke something. Simply by not taking a stand against the Qunari, he is seen as sympathetic to what is perceived as a hostile enemy religious group. And that has all kinds of complications attached to it. This is great. For all the negatives I have to say about our presence in all this, I do absolutely love the build-up here. Yeah, there are people who just straight up call this the Qunari invasion. And they don't give a crap. They're just like, da, 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 da. And yeah, that also the city is demonstrably cursed in a way that may or may not be affecting anybody. We also know with total certainty that there's a red lyrium idol roaming around the city right now. And reminder, we know that the red lyrium affects people in an aura. So we know, once again, with total certainty, that it is not simply affecting one person, Meredith. And that's just on top of everything else. Everything is going wrong here. Of course it's going to explode. This is one of many reasons why I and the actual developers of this game think that this act, Act 2, should have been the final act. It should have been the big conclusory act. Because it's structured like one. Instead, we'll have Act 3. Got it. Let's do blood magic. The perfect solution. It's almost too simple. I've got it. I'm going to reach out. Oh, I've got a lot of turn-in things to do really quick, don't I? Actually, you know what? Okay, in that case. Let's save. Why not, Lord Harriman? I know exactly what I'd do. I'd come down hard. I would gain the support of someone who has a military bent, either my own guard under Aveline or the Templars under Meredith, and I would actually not give the Qunari leave to stay here. I would kick them the hell out of the city. The Qunari do not really care that much, and they can accomplish their objectives without actually having a quarter in the city. This would show, yeah, they could find somewhere. There's plenty of wildlands and roaming areas in the nearby place that we could just set up camp if they really wanted to stay in the area. But this would be a very strong sign to most of my supporters and lack of supporters that I am not Qunari sympathetic. It would be a way to try and placate the Chantry as well as the Templars, and it would be a good way to try and push the Qunari into a point where they are not constantly being provoked by my people. So, in other words, it would actually be attempted as a peace offering, a way to try and make peace between these two groups. But to my own people within Kirkwall, it would look like I'm taking a hardline stance against communism. I mean, the Qunari. That's what I do. Honestly, yeah, Ziad. Anyways. We have a couple of side things to do, and I don't want to advance the main quest. You know me. We can't do main quest. It's impossible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save, and I'm going to see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.